Good morning, good morning, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry to be tardy to the party. Just having a lot of fun on the home front. What I mean by that is yesterday, I suppose. Actually, let me back up. So what was it? Monday, we streamed. It was fun. Had a good time. I think Monday night, I stayed up and I did a community night because I just felt like the vibes were right. But I ended up not really accidentally, but I ended up staying up until 3 in the morning, which obviously screwed up my schedule for the next day. Yesterday, I think we had a good time, which was dope. But then I basically took a nap, and then I started doing pre-recorded content. So I knocked out my Star Wars, let's be real, I didn't do all of that yesterday. I realistically did my 40K yesterday. I did make sure that I had everything lined up for Star Wars and for science fiction, but 90% of what I did yesterday was Warhammer 40K, where I broke down the Scorch 2 trailer. There's a new trailer for Iron Warriors and Blood-Pact Traitor Guardsmen versus Elysian Drop Troopers, and I broke that down yesterday, and I did that, and that's how I spent probably, 6 hours yesterday. So today's a little weird just because I feel like nobody's really like throwing elbows right now in the debate space. Not normally, not all the time, but generally speaking, we do have creators who are bumping into each other and throwing elbows and arguing with each other. And there's a spicy topic of the day, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And we just don't really have that right now, mostly because, in my opinion, the main debate topic has been like liberal authoritarianism, liberal revenge fantasies, and it's just a debate that's been unresolved. Like they've said what they've said, the people who want revenge have said what they've said, I've said what I've said, Hutch has said what he said. It's kind of just unresolved, you know what I'm saying? So it's kind of like what do we do with that? And so the question then becomes, what do you do while you're waiting for the next thing to pop off? Do you go Geopolitical and kind of like go hard into the current events because there's serious shit going on, which we're going to do. We're going to do Chris Cappy, Battle of Hormuz. Do you go like silly where there's like commentary shit going on, where obviously like H3 Productions as a proxy for the state of Israel and Hasan Piker as a proxy for the Muslim world have been duking it out in a personal beef with proxies and orbiters for the better part of a year. But the proxies and orbiters don't know shit about fuck. Like, it's actually really funny to watch the commentary people who are fans of either H3 Productions or fans of Hasan Piker fight each other. Because almost none of them know anything geopolitical whatsoever, and they admit that they don't know anything about politics. They just like their favorite creator. It's pretty funny. So, yeah, I'm going to be right back. I'm going to play the national anthem for you. My dog is barking at the door, so give me 40 seconds. I'll be right back.
So this is really who Donald Trump chose as his running mate?
Drop the beat.
I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I never liked him. I never liked him. I never liked racism. I'm a never Trump guy. Xenophobia. I'm a never Trump guy. Racism. I'm a never Trump guy. Xenophobia. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I never liked him.
Hello. Okay, good. It wasn't working for a second. Jeb Kush says good morning. Hedonic Samuel says good morning. Good morning, chat. Like the stream, nerds, indeed. Grillshallah, indeed, and good morning. Woke up to the stream. Good. Actually, not a person. My algo is blessed. Thank you. I appreciate the positive attitude, considering the world is crazy right now. Fast and Bulba said, who would win a fight, Connor from Counterpoints or Connor from Valor Media Network? I think Connor from Counterpoints, because he would fight dirtier. CD Sock Dem says, good morning, folks. Good morning. Good to see you. Plenty of psychic damage yesterday. Indeed. Fast and Bulbous, Connor from Counterpoints 40K. True. Everyone is waiting for the Destiny Josiah versus Hutch and some other dude on Wick. Did that Did that happen, or are you saying that's gonna happen? Because honestly, Fashion 40, I would be the other guy. I would happily be the other guy. Hutch and Connor versus Destiny and Josiah. Yeah, I would throw down on that in like 10 seconds. I don't know if Josiah wants to muddy his reputation with, you know, Destiny's goonerification, but maybe enough time has passed and he hasn't been revealed to be a serial killing rapist yet. So, you know, maybe enough time has passed that he would sully it, that he would slum it with us YouTube debate perverts. I don't know. Joe Walsh and Mehdi Hassan fighting over Hassan and Nick Fuentes being the same is fun. That is fun. Is that video content or Twitter replies, though? Because Mehdi Hassan literally does piss me off to no fucking degree whatsoever. Because in my mind, maybe this is unfair. I don't think it's unfair. I think Mehdi Hassan is just a cleaned up version of Hasan Piker's politics, where he's like, yeah, like, you know, Muslims should be good when they're in Western nations, and terrorism is bad. But also, have you ever considered that America and the Western world is an evil colonial power in the Middle East and North Africa that has twisted the brains of jihadist terrorists into being jihadist terrorists? Have you ever thought that this is actually all America's fault? And I'm just like, you know what? Fuck you, Mehdi Hassan. How about that? Jeb Kush says, Nick DiOrio is just everything I learned about this conflict is against my will. I know. Which is kind of funny in a way, but I also think at some point, if you're an above average intelligence person, you just need to rip the Band-Aid off and be like, okay, maybe before throwing my weight in on this topic, I should actually learn something. You know, maybe I should read a Wikipedia article. I know that would be amazing, but that would be difficult to demand of commentary that they read a Wikipedia article before, you know, there's no video essay. There's no, well, I mean, there actually probably are video essays, truth be told, about the, sorry, just logging into chat so I can, what? Why can't I, weird. Trying to sign into chat. Oh, I need to type it in first. Okay, this one. I was wondering why. I was typing in the password and the password was working. No. I don't want to recover my shit. Fuck you. That's not what I want. Sorry, guys. Boomer technical difficulties. I just want to sign into chat so I can promote Numinax to a mod and so I can set a goal. God, this is annoying. Sorry. Give me a second. 1 second. What? In the butt. I said what? In the butt. You want to do it in the butt? In my butt? You want to do it in the butt? For those of you who don't know, that is like not me just randomly singing that. That actually is like an old school YouTube meme. I would play it for you, but this is Valor Media Network and this is a family show, so I don't think I can play the full song of what in the butt. Probably shouldn't anyways. Okay, go to chat. Just, there we go. Oh my God. Sorry, just technology. Thomas Dudley, good morning, Connor. The spicy stuff of today, as far as I know, is Hassan might have broken federal law and also went on a stupid trip, went out and did communist thing of the leadership in luxury while the people starve. Yeah. Those are the right-wing talking points. But I also don't know the details of, like, does the State Department require that you stay at certain hotels because you're less likely to be kidnapped? Do they state the opposite, that you can't stay in hotels that are state-sponsored because we have unfriendly relations with the Cuban government? It seems something that, like, they would have researched before they went. And I doubt the federal government is going to... It would be really funny to incarcerate Hasan Piker for very long because he stayed in the wrong hotel while he was visiting Cuba. But I also think that would kick the wrong hornet's nest, so probably not a great move. Like, I would not want to make Hasan Piker a martyr of the left wing. That would actually be the opposite of what I want. Fashion 40 says, Hutch mentioned the dude on a community post on YouTube. Interesting. I've been watching this video this morning. I'll click on it. Beef Supreme, I hope it's not softcore pornography.
You've been running simulations on a war with Iran.
Yep, every strategy for 20 years, and it's playing out right now. So I can tell you that we are losing control of the situation. Like, we don't know where that nuclear material is, but they have the material for 16 nuclear bombs. And
oh, that's fun. Basically, some dude wargaming the Iran war. I don't like speculative violence. I like real violence. Well, I guess I like speculative violence too, but when it comes to the real world, I don't like to speculate about real violence. I like to analyze real violence. Whomever MIDI is going to be Hutch's partner. It should be me. You technically have a stream video suggestions channel on Discord, Connor. That's a good point. It's not, but bear in mind, Fell Runner, I will look at that in order to maybe find some ideas that I otherwise would not have considered. However, and I'll do so tonight to see if there's some gems in there. But you do have to understand that oftentimes what you guys do, and this is not, you know, this just speaks to me cultivating an intelligent, nice, cool audience, is you guys you post more highfalutin shit. You're like, I want to see Connor's take on this. I want to see Connor's take on that. But oftentimes, no offense, they're like 20 to 30% depressed metrics because it actually involves, I don't know, there's no penises, there's no boobs, there's no violence, there's no, I'm trying to think of what else. I mean, realistically, that's it. Penis, boobs, and violence. So, like, you know, if you guys could please help a brother out by posting content in there that was good, but also involved penises, boobs, and violence, then we would, you know, then we'd be on the same page. Conservative liberalism says technical difficulties. Try to type in a username. So true. Randy Chang says Hassan's cringe comes from being an idiot. Mehdi's cringe comes from being deeply religious. There you go. I guess that's better. How about the orange ghoul's ignorance of the Iranian culture and core beliefs, making the POTUS look like a complete F word when he opens his mouth? I mean, that's been true for a while, right? Like, you know, like I've been expecting to watch. I've been expecting to watch Trump stumble his way stupidly through the presidency since he was elected. So that's not a huge thing. That video I'm watching is a guy who's been wargaming the Iran for 20 years. Yeah, I clicked on it. God, that fucking sent me way back. Cotter, that's a South Park meme. Am I wrong? No, it's a South Park meme, but the South Park meme is referencing a real thing. It's referencing a real thing. You guys don't even know the real thing? This is truly a generational issue. Okay. Well, I guess I need to resolve, like, it's a cultural touchstone. You know, you can't be mad at me for resolving a cultural touchstone, right? All right, what?
And we've given them every incentive to develop.
Okay, hush, geopolitical analyst. What in the butt is playing? All right. Yeah, I can't believe you guys didn't know this reference. This is why Butters was dressed exactly like this.
I said what in the butt. 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 You wanna do it in my butt? In my butt? You wanna do it in my butt? In my butt? You wanna do it in my butt? In my butt? Let's do it in the butt. Okay.
What?
Dude, that's not even the original. The original has like, yeah, the original is a full song. The original is a full song uploaded 15 years ago. Like 2011 was what in the butt, and it was viral, you know? So
today we're going to examine.
Feel free to check that out on your own time. I'm not gonna. The song does get more graphic as time goes on, so feel free to check that out on your own time. God, you know what I really want to do? I really want to make like a 30-minute intro that obviously includes the Never Trump guy right before I go live. But I do want 30 minutes of just like obnoxious music that gets you hyped for the day. That's what I want. Well, Kissy John says, appreciate that, Connor. I was in the drive-through window and you started singing Do It in the Butt. The lady let me know with her eyes to never come back. Thank you. You're welcome. You're welcome for you watching this stream on speakerphone and me singing what in the butt and you playing it full volume for the drive-through lady. You're welcome for that beautiful moment in your life. Oh my God. Beef Supreme says, it is good though. It's worth a listen in the background during the evening. True. If you want Connor to pay attention to your messages, send him dick pics. Got it. Yeah, relatively speaking. No penis or that's what I'm saying. Like the content has to have dicks or violence in it or else, you know, in order to boost the algorithm. I wasn't asking for pictures. Pictures isn't going to help. We need video, and we need video not of penises. We need video of people talking about penises and what they did with them. And what they did with them incorrectly. I can make a rules on the content that can be suggested. I don't know if we should make rules about the content that should be suggested. I think we should let people do what they do. Jen Winkler for 10 says boobs and God, I'm so blind. Violence only. Yeah, see? See? Boobs and violence. Hang on, we have real content for Connor. What is it? Your content is directed to conservatives for VODs. Your audience is the COG DGG at 4060. We're not even fully making decisions about the direction of the channel in reference to doing the Rhino stuff. So for me, the Rhino stuff, I wrote the speech, I read it. I knew it was kind of earnest and cringe. And I read it on stream, and then we got feedback, and then 2 of y'all, including Conduit, sent me your edits of the thing. So I need to read the edits of the thing, see which one I like, then I need to read it, then I need to post it basically as a VOD, and then it'll be like a 10-minute VOD, 5-minute VOD, whatever. And then if for some reason that VOD takes off, where I'll start posting, you know, 5 to 20-minute, you know, pre-recorded speeches or topical summaries or whatever, if those do legitimately better than the edited VODs, then we might start posting like Rhino to the pre-recorded section, live stream in the live stream section, and then shit, we might even have a different Counterpoints Politics VODs channel. You know, okay, just to feed this back to you guys real quick. I know you don't care, but I'm just going to feed it back to you. The way that the algorithm does work on YouTube is your content needs to be similar and appeal to your audience similarly, consistently. That's why I have multiple breakdown channels, because realistically, Warhammer 40K is Counterpoints 40K. I could just post the sci-fi and Star Wars breakdown content, and the formula is identical. Literally take an action scene, break it down, blah, 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 blah. But what's going to happen is the click-through rate for Star Wars and for sci-fi are going to be different than the Star Wars one, and it's going to plummet my click-through metrics. So it could effectively kill the channel if I effectively alienate 90% of my subscribers. And then not just that, but if I had all 3 of those contents posted to one channel, then one of them would do well occasionally as it was just a generally appealing video that everybody wanted to watch. But in general, it would depress the entire channel, so I was making less money over time. And so when you ask like, hey Connor, why do you have 4 different channels that you're posting similar content to? That's why. You have to segregate it by audience engagement in order for each style of content to do well. So, Connor, you made a good point. Nobody does philosophy with slurs. Gotta corner that market. True. Your content is directed... Oh, that's the one I just read. Connor, we're the same fucking age. And the guy who... If you didn't know what in the butt, but you're almost 40, that's kind of on you, not me. I was aware of what in the butt. The guy who wrote it put out a new song every day for like 20 years. He was not talented, lol, based. He got one through. He got one through the algorithm. Sorry, Jesus. Sorry, Mom. Sorry, Ken. Sorry, Commander Haircut. I know. Where's Haircut Commander? Where's Haircut Commander? He was in here fucking moral frogging about the R slur for, you know, for like a couple of weeks. Then he hung out in the community for a couple of weeks, and then he dipped out and never came back. So he literally showed up to fuck up our ability to use the R slur regularly, and then dipped out. What an asshole. Sun Patriarch says 15 years ago, holy shit, you guys need hospice. That dude got a record deal from Diddy. That's unsurprising. Probably a joke, but maybe not. Conduit, you know all the base references. True. Oh, where's Conduit? There's Conduit. Conduit has hung out for a couple of days. Conduit gets... You have suffered long enough to get moderator. What about a fruit basket? True. Violence in movies and sex on TV. Connor is a family guy. True. Why not make rules on suggested content? You don't want to go on the record as wanting more hogs and boobs? No, I'd do it. I don't care. Nameless Henchman says, is there any intellectual baking to providing legitimacy to your anti-Trump version of conservatism? Yeah, absolutely. Nameless Henchman says, is there any intellectual backing to provide legitimacy to your anti-Trump version of conservatism? Oh, 100%, 100%. If you were looking for... Shit. I'm trying to think of like the main people that would be emblematic of each ideology, because there's like half a dozen ideologies. So Burkean conservatism, you would just want to go straight to the source, Edmund Burke. So you could just read, you know, biographies about Edmund Burke, which I did. And he is an interesting fella. He's an interesting fella. So Edmund Burke, largely considered the father of conservatism. That would be the guy who would be representative of Burkean conservatism. When it comes to social conservatism, I would literally just look at what social conservatives were saying prior to Trump existing, because they effectively had to smash themselves into, they were like a square peg, and they had to jam themselves into the round hole of Trumpism, because Trump was such a fucking huge piece of shit that they had to like inverse all of their moral prescriptions for decades. Like all their criticisms of the Biden family for doing drugs and having sex and all that shit, they had to like ignore it for the Trump family. And then same thing, like anything that any Republican said ever about Bill Clinton in the 1990s, about how cheating on your wife was beneath the presidency, about how lying to Congress about your affair was beneath the presidency, et cetera, et cetera. Like Democrats, if they could like take all of that rhetoric, turn it into some kind of like psychic damage bomb, jam it up the ass of Republicans like an asshole explosive, and then blow their butt out, that should happen karmically. Unfortunately, it's not going to happen, but realistically, if there was justice in the universe, that is what would happen. Then fiscal conservatism, literally listen to any libertarian. Listen to Thomas Massey or Rand Paul. Listen to Rand Paul or Thomas Massey talk for 10 seconds at a time. Listen to Don Bacon. Even listen to Charlie Kirk, dude. Charlie Kirk was a fiscal conservative. He would sweep for the current Trump administration, but if you watched what Charlie Kirk wanted versus if you watched what the Trump administration has done, you would actually be like, holy shit, how is Charlie Kirk not fucking committing suicide right now? So, yeah, there's plenty of people who actually have like conservative ideals that they articulate. Paul Ryan, classic, 10 years ago. He actually did try. You know what was so funny? Paul Ryan straight up, he tried to do a PowerPoint presentation on how to save the republic from a fiscal perspective, and then nobody gave a shit. So he was like, all right, well, fuck this whole political thing. I'm out. That was Paul Ryan. He literally showed up to Congress. Didn't he get the speakership at some point? Like, he was a legitimately young, talented politician. He probably could have been president of the United States if he wanted to. He did a PowerPoint presentation on how to fix the budget. Nobody gave a fuck. And then he was like, I'm out. It was crazy. It was great. Like, Paul Ryan's political career is actually crazy. So, Vazraka with the gifted. Thank you, Vazraka. I appreciate you. I think more than 2 of us posted passes on it. Okay. Thank you, King. True. Haven't seen Kaz in a minute. I know. I am worried about Kazra. I haven't heard from Kazra in a week or so. And so I am worried. I hope the internet's just out, but, you know, obviously things are dangerous, so I don't know. That would explain why a short film video I posted did a little worse than the others. Oh, well, I mean, Conduit, just by nature of you doing good essays, your opinion is going to be elevated compared to the vulgar masses. So if you think there's some good React content, even if it's your React content, literally just DM it to me. So, Connor, you always make me laugh out loud with your craziness. Good. Good. Imagine reading. True. Fruit Basket is a manga and an anime romance genre. Interesting. Connor, pull out a drawing in response to requests for intellectual backing. It is the way of the cog. I mean, I really should, shouldn't I? I should pull out all the different conservatisms. Somebody was saying that they were disappointed in Donald Trump endorsing Viktor Orban. They're both national conservatives. I don't know why that, like, I understand why it would be upsetting to you. I don't know why it would be surprising, though. So, let me take a look. Yeah. So actually, weirdly enough, this is kind of like a very early drawing of the of the cog, which I would say that this is the fusion Republican. This is like the Reagan Republican. The new left went too far, pro-democracy, pro-republicanism, but they're militarism, and I would say neoconservatism and Burkean conservatism fall under that. For fiscal conservatives, they want to reduce the federal budget. They want to balance the budget so we don't collapse the United States through fiscal irresponsibility. Social conservatives are, pro-life, pro-nuclear family, pro-achievement in academics and industry. Sometimes it's anti-gay and anti-choice for abortion. And I would say this was the Republican Party for a long time. But MAGA, I would say this is a little bit of a straw man. But it says, they basically want stop taxing me and fuck Mexicans. And realistically, I mean, I hate to say it, but that really is like a shitload of MAGA is stop taxing me and fuck Mexicans. Not sex with Mexicans, but you donated, I'm trying to go to the site. The Louisiana House of Representatives is what you want me to go to, Fellrunner? Behold our queen. Who is your queen?
4th, 2000 thing, seeing no questions, I would move favorable.
Is it Gen X? Is Gen X in here? You got a timestamp? Jen, if you're in here, do you care if I post you in here? And if you give me a timestamp for where you are? If you don't want me to show it, it's fine. I don't necessarily want to dox you. But if you wanted me to show it, I could show it. Anyways. I'm just looking for if there's another differentiation of the different kinds of conservatisms. I do need to post all this shit in Discord for sure. As like single pictures. I think this shit would be hysterical. Maybe that was it. Yeah, here we go. So real republicanism, the Burkean, and never mind. I'm not even going to do it. But the point is that like fiscal conservatism, social conservatism, neoconservatism, environmental conservatism, and Burkean conservatism are all things that have histories in the Republican Party and are ignored for national conservatism. And national conservatism effectively is overwhelming and annihilating all of these things. So, yeah. Fellrunner says it's Gen X and it's short. She posted it. That's her speaking. Yeah, it's 90 minutes long. It's 90 minutes long, and there is not a white female on it. There is a ton of other people on it. It's so
4th,
when you say
2026, Madam Secretary, would you please call the roll?
So is that Gen X? The pudgy fella with silver hair? No offense, pudgy fella with silver hair. Is that Gen X? The black lady? Is that Gen X? Now my presumption is that she's the white lady. There's a black guy. So my presumption is that this is Gen X, but I also don't know.
Is Tyler here? Before we start. and we were able to get this reorganized. So I gave you guys all a flyer about the new law that actually just went into effect, or is it going into effect next month? Is that?
We promulgated the rules. It's to legislative oversight right now. So within about 30 days, it should be ready to go.
So in 30 days, this will be the new law as far as salvaging vessels or removing vessels. It's a problem all over the state, and it's a significant problem in Terrebonne Parish. And so this is going to make it a lot easier. However, digging a little bit deeper into this, whenever we have an abandoned vessel or we have a vessel that's been left in a bayou or waterway, whenever we find those vessels, we were treating that as gross litter. And I think if you dump a shrimp boat, it's a lot more than gross litter. And so what we're doing today is we're giving the locals a little bit more skin in the game, and we're going to double the fines for abandoned vessels. And once again, I've worked with Wildlife and Fisheries on this. They're in support of this. And so essentially the bill that we're going to discuss today just doubles those fines specifically for abandoned vessels.
And you are Cole Garrett with the Department of
I
Wildlife.
apologize, Mr. Chairman. Cole Garrett, General Counsel.
This isn't your first time up.
Listen, I'm all about the stick. I think you guys know me. I love sticks. I love a good stick. But my question for Gen X would be, what's the incentive to clean up? Because I'm assuming that Louisiana, weirdly enough, I know I'm just randomly talking about a rule that Gen X is involved in. So doubling the fines for people dumping their boats, I'm assuming Mississippi is actually just like a pirate graveyard. I'm assuming there's just tons of dumped vessels in the Mississippi Delta. However, my question is, whose responsibility is it to clean that shit up? Because I'm assuming they're like probably blocking some water pathways. There's probably litter and garbage. There's probably all that kind of shit. Now, the good news about the Mississippi Delta is it probably just swallows that shit and eats that shit whole. They probably just like degrade and rot and destroy those boats in a matter of like a decade or two. But there's probably like metal components that don't fall apart immediately. And so my question would be, is there a way to incentivize the state and get, funding in order to actually have crews that destroy and remove those boats? Now, the truth is I only watched about 40 seconds of the deposition or the statement or whatever it's called. So she might have actually just answered that question 30 seconds later. But that would be my immediate first question is, okay, so we're punishing the people who ditch boats in the Mississippi Delta. How do we get the boats that are in the Mississippi Delta taken care of so they don't damage the environment and damage the waterways? Sen Patriarch says, no, Connor, they would fuck Mexicans if they could. No, it's sex with Mexicans too, but then a long tassel back to Mexico afterwards. Yes. I mean like metaphorically and spiritually fucking over Mexicans. You guys are talking about sex with Mexican people. I think there is a difference. So, yep. Jen got a tan and dyed her hair black. Based. Horses United says, here's Connor. True. Boats are gay. True. I knew Connor loves a good thick stick. True. Boats and hose. True. Oh, we know it swallows. What about the missing ligma? Yes. Where's Corey Peltzman? D's nuts. The river chewing things up just makes the dead zone bigger and bigger. Interesting. I don't know about boat problems in the Mississippi Delta.
Today we're going to...
I know Floridian boat problems. So basically what happens in Florida, and I'll share this and then I'll get into some content. My biggest hate watcher confronts me. Unfortunately, it's 8 months ago. Damn. If that was Ogre Boy versus Hutch and it was released in the past week, I would be watching that like a motherfucker. I think Ogre Boy is one of the least pleasant, most stupid motherfuckers in online politics. I genuinely think he's one of the meanest, dumbest cunts in politics. But who gives a fuck, right? So we're going to watch a geopolitical video in a moment. And I was going to tell you about Florida's issues. So Florida, we have like sugar companies and agricultural companies that work along the coast because there's things that they use in order to process fertilizer and sugar. And every now and then they put runoff into the river system or into the ocean that is so bad that it just wipes out like tens of thousands of animals. That just happens like every 5 years. Every 5 years, some random Floridian industrial fertilizer or sugar company just wipes out tens of thousands of animals. And then we go, damn, that's really bad. We should regulate these companies more aggressively. And then basically, like, by the time that everybody is like, yeah, we should do something about this, the states cleaned it up, and we're all kind of like, it's probably fine. It's probably fine. And then we just repeat that cycle every 5 to 10 years. So, Connor's talk about topping. You guys seem to be talking about bottoming for Mexican folk. True. I'm extremely familiar with the Mississippi Delta. It's far more comparable to a desert than a swamp besides certain areas. Interesting. Because it's so inaccessible? That would be interesting. Uh-oh, did Connor just summon the snarkers? Who gives a fuck? Dude, you misunderstand. Some of you guys truly misunderstand the relationship with snarkers, okay? Because, like, Destiny has said, like, oh, these people are ruining my life because they're doxing me and harassing my family and posting my porn everywhere and all this kind of shit. So you guys think that they're powerful. But they're a bunch of fucking F-slurs, dude. They're literally, like, the kid that you thought was going to be a school shooter, but he ended up being, I'm going to say this and it's going to be spicy, but it's like, they would be school shooters, but they're too big of pussies to be school shooters. So instead of shooting up schools, they spend their lives finding people that they dislike and then endlessly criticizing their lives, even though they themselves live some of the shittiest lives on the planet. So if a snarker is criticizing your life, but you're living a life that might be worthy of criticism some of the time, but you're trying to do the best that you can with what you got, you shouldn't listen to those motherfuckers at all. Like almost none of them are living good lives. They are some of the most miserable, perpetually online, internet brain, Discord drama, see you next Tuesdays on the planet. So, like, why would you ever listen to those people? Like, don't, I mean, like, sometimes you can engage with the content because the content's funny. Sometimes you can watch a drama because a drama is funny. But I wouldn't bother wasting psychic energy of like, oh, what do snarkers on Reddit think about me? Why would you ever waste a fucking iota of your spiritual or mental energy on that? It's seriously, like, imagine at the high school. I know high school's different now, but imagine being in high school and having conversations with, like, the cool kids and the normal kids and the popular kids and the goth kids and the emo kids and, like, you know, imagine talking to all of the social groups that are in high school. And then, like, a dozen people who would be school shooters but are too scared to be school shooters get together, and then they start making fun of everybody else. Why would you take that group seriously? You know, it's silly. I think a lot of people make the mistake of trying to take snarkers seriously. Fast and Bulba says, imagine your dad is Ogre Boy and you find out your dad has a Hassan tattoo. That would be fucking embarrassing. I would change my last name. If I found out my dad had a Hasan Piker tattoo, I would actually, like, I would disown my father. Sen Patriarchs has always struck me as a white kind of crime. That Dexter fella gives me the heebie-jeebies. Happens. Oh, no, they're just annoying. I don't think they're powerful. Yeah, exactly. R-slurs? Correct. That sugar in y'all's water is how you create 186-foot pythons and 2 metric alligators. Yeah, we have, like, a constant ongoing ecological disaster in Florida, but the ecological disaster is also dominated by the most resilient creatures on the planet. So we have, like, Cambodian pythons. We have Burmese pythons. We have, you know, American alligators. We have crocodiles that can survive in salt water. We have sharks that can survive in fresh water. We have bull sharks. We have, dude, that, like, the Everglades is a war between, like, apex and middle tier predators for supremacy. And the truth is, no matter who wins, humans will always be able to eat whoever wins. If the crocodiles won, we would still be able to eat crocodile. If the alligators won, we would still be able to eat alligator. If the iguanas win, we'll still be able to eat iguanas. If the Burmese pythons win, we'll be able to eat Burmese python. You know, like, America is pretty, well, not America. Florida is pretty wild. But whoever wins the Everglades battle for predator supremacy. We'll just eat them. It's fine. Son Patriarch says, yes, I have a wife and a job and friends, but who cares what they think? What do the internet strangers think of me? True. True. Dana says, wow, I don't come in for a few days and your guys' outlook got darker. Thought you guys were full dark down to Hades we lurk. It's not that bad. What's wrong? Yeah, Boston Bam says snarkers are only powerful to Destiny because he has given them the most ammunition. He gave them a lot of ammunition through the porn leaks and the public court cases and all that shit. That's true. But also I understand his rage at being like doxxed, harassed, swatted repeatedly, etc., etc., etc. I get it. I get why he's mad. I just wouldn't give them that much time. Connor is a coward. Why? What did I do? Sen Patriarch says, we also say fuck, shit, and balls sometimes. Connor really loves his balls. True. Spoiler alert, the Python wins. Maybe. Isn't crocodile stuff very gamey? Yes. Crocodile tail and alligator tail. We actually do serve that. If you go to like super rural joints, they serve alligator tail the way that you serve like chicken nuggets. And basically it's chewy chicken nuggets. It's not bad. Like it is gamey. I know what you're saying when you say gamey. It is chewy. It does feel like it has more like a waxy musculature. It feels like there's meat. There's like chicken meat, but then on the exterior there's fat. But that fat is not like fatty tissue. It's not fatty tissue like a cow, where it's just kind of fat that just sits there. It's fatty, like waxy almost, where it feels very firm. But it's still tasty. It still tastes good. Oh, I didn't switch from top chat to live chat. Yes, I did. I'm on live chat right now. I don't know what that has to do with cowardice. But let me go ahead and switch over to a goal. Let me go ahead and start some content. I've been fucking around for long enough. So my apologies to the people who are like, oh my God, Connor, shut the fuck up. Stop talking to chat. Just get the content going. We'll get the content going. Gator is the better meat. Gator legitimately is better meat. Yeah. I think I sampled some gator jerky once. I don't remember it, so it was probably pretty good. Yeah. It's not the best meat you'll ever have. It's definitely not the worst. It's not the worst. If America became dominated by crocodiles or alligators, and then we had to like farm crocodiles or alligators in order to survive as a species, it wouldn't be that fun because obviously you're hunting a predator for meat, but it also wouldn't be terrible. So anyways, Connor's describing eating Rob Noor. True. Patriarch says, well, you missed your message on why you're a coward. Yeah, tell me. Tell me. All right, anyways, let's do some content. Let's do some content. Hi, guys. Welcome to Counterpoints. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran. I would argue a real Republican, and we're going to do some geopoll analysis today. We're going to be taking a look at the Battle of Hormuz. For those of you not paying attention to geopolitical shenanigans going on right now, the Middle East and North Africa is filled with energy, okay? Iraq, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Oman, Bahrain, all these states right here have approximately a third of the world's petroleum, proven petroleum reserves. Then Iran over here has another third of the proven petroleum reserves of the planet. And then Venezuela, the place that we recently kidnapped their dictator and then forced their leftist government to come to the table to negotiate with us on energy policy, they're sitting on the other third of the proven oil reserves on the planet. Now, of course, there's plenty of oil outside of these regions, but this is a critical region for the energy supply of the planet, which is why we've been at war there for decades, centuries, arguably millennia. But truth be told, we were fighting over it millennia ago because we wanted access to like Asian spices, not because we wanted access to petroleum. But, you know, that's not to knock Asian spices. Asian spices were necessary for preserving food, so food preservatives that make food taste good, that's kind of important. But anyways, basically there's a battle over the Strait of Hormuz right now. That's this little chunk of land right here that Chris Cappy is going to go over. where effectively the United States, by attacking Iran, killing a shitload of their leadership, bombing their military sites, and then also trying to deter them from creating a nuclear weapons program, Iran is currently holding the world hostage by saying any commercial vessels, including energy vessels, that travel through this strait without their permission, they will blow up. And this has brought international trade to a standstill. Let's take a look.
Today we're going to examine how the US military is deploying new tactics in an attempt to forcefully reopen the Strait of Hormuz. And on the other hand, we'll analyze the strategies that the Iranian IRGC are using to keep the strait closed. We're going to untangle the confusing mixed signals. On the one hand, the US government is signaling a peace deal is near, while at the same time moving ground troops closer into position. What does it all mean? The entire outcome of the war now hinges on this battle, because with the strait closed, 20% of the world's entire oil supply is cut off for the first time ever in history, which means entire countries from Europe to Asia are suddenly operating on a ticking timer that's counting down before reaching economic collapse. Close enough. Welcome back, the Crusades. The IRGC is not running a traditional maritime blockade of the strait with a bunch of ships sitting out in the water. They are deploying a layered denial strategy of drones and mines that spread out from the coast. So far, they've struck over 20 commercial vessels, which has dropped traffic to essentially 0 ships that aren't already pre-authorized by the IRGC to pass. Iran's strategy is simply to cause enough economic damage to America's partners that they pressure the US and Israel to accept very unfavorable negotiated peace terms from Iran. Maybe Iran asks for reduced sanctions, maybe they ask for control of Cuba, who knows? But that's why in mid-March, the US military started using a new strategy in an attempt to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. They began dropping the new GBU-72 advanced penetrator bombs for the first time ever on these coastal locations here. These 5,000-pound bunker buster bombs hit multiple fortified targets along Iran's coastline, digging deep into the earth and exploding. Part of the US government's goal with these strikes is to pressure Iran to agree to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, which is something they could claim as a victory. They're targeting here for 3 strategic reasons, I think, that we'll get into. First, because so far the main weapons that Iran has managed to hit commercial oil tankers with are short-range unmanned surface vessels, or USVs. They're cheap and they work against targets that are naked and defenseless. According to naval expert H.I. Sutton, he believes these seaborne drones are responsible for most of the damage done to tankers in the contested waterways so far. But these weapons have the downside of needing to be launched from close proximity near the shores. Take a look at this section of the Strait of Hormuz here. Notice how there are multiple tiny islands. You've got the Hormuz, you've got the Lakark, and most importantly, the Kashim Island. This is where the headquarters of the IRGC's deep underground bases are located, and it's where they launched these attacks from. Why do they need to hit from close range? Because oil tankers move at about 18 miles per hour or 30 kilometers per hour, which sounds very slow, but it's fast enough that they're difficult to target from long range.
So, what I would say is, I would take a. Maybe I'm spicy today. I don't know if. Yeah. Okay. I'll be spicy today. Excuse me. In for a penny, in for a pound. Okay? In for a penny, in for a pound. We've already done it. There's no sense in arguing whether or not Trump unilaterally launching this dumbass war was good or bad, or Israel or whatever. The truth is that the world's energy supply needs to continue to flow, or else hundreds of thousands or millions of people could die, basically because they don't have access to the energy necessary to produce the food necessary, to produce the heat necessary in order to perpetuate human life. Matter of fact, Iran has probably been reliant on the sensitivity of the Strait of Hormuz as a part of its defense strategy for decades now, because they knew that if we attack them, they could fuck our shit up in the Strait of Hormuz. And even if they just like randomly bomb a few commercial vessels, they're going to have an outsized impact, right? So for me, at this point, in for a penny, very anti-Semitic, I know. Although, let's be real, Jews would never go in for a pound. They would go in for a few more pennies. Sorry to my Jewish audience. But the point is that what I would do is the same thing that I would do in, what was it? Fallujah. I know that this is kind of shitty, but I feel like it's way less shitty than anything else. What I would do is I would do a PsyOps leaflets program where I would just bombard these islands with leaflets for like 2 weeks. Just leaflets. We're going to kill everybody on this island. Leave now. We're going to kill everybody on this island. Leave now. We're going to kill everybody on this island. Leave now. And then I would also tell the Iranians, hey, you guys are fucking up international shipping right now. It's a huge deal. Hundreds of thousands or millions of people are online. So if we can't figure out a negotiated settlement in reference to energy policy, we are effectively going to obliterate these. We're going to sink these islands. Okay? And so then at that point, once we've done a week or two of leaflets of, hey, these islands are in a geographic area, that effectively means that it's destroyed international shipping. If you're a civilian, you need to leave or we're going to kill you. Then at that point, literally drop daisy cutters on the entire island. Drop the bunker busters, but also drop the daisy cutters. Have you guys ever seen a daisy cutter? YouTube. Excuse me. Daisy cutter.
The reason for this,
I don't know why that's happening. Daisy cutter bomb. Look at this shit. It's legitimately insane.
We were doing leaflet drops that were telling the Iraqis, hey, we're coming with the most powerful weapon in the U.S. arsenal that was non-nuclear. It was primarily the leaflet drops that ultimately got to the Blue 82 drops that we were doing as well. It was a 15,000-pound bomb on a platform that a small parachute went out behind the airplane. When we got to the release point, we released the platform. It separated from the carriage that it was on and went down. And with the combination of the Blue 82s, the leaflets, I think we definitely contributed to shortening the engagement.
I want to see like an explosion though. I want to see a daisy cutter explosion.
Eventually, America developed a fast way to create landing zones for helicopters. These were the daisy cutter bombs. A parachute stabilized these huge bombs as they dropped. Set to go off just above the ground, they blew down the trees and created a landing zone for Hueys to land troops.
Anyways, I think you guys get the point. It's a huge effing bomb. It's the largest non-nuclear explosive on the planet. Know what I'm saying? Just sink the entire fucking island.
This is Iran lacks GPS guidance and they lack the type of sophisticated seekers for hitting moving tankers. There is a misconception that Iran is blocking.
I doubt we're going boots on the ground in Iran. I doubt it. The only boots on the ground that I could see is us taking Karg Island. I do not think that we would go boots on the ground on the mainland.
The strait when it's more accurate that they're simply making it too dangerous to use for ships aligned with the United States. If only 3% of Iran's munitions hit ships, that's still too high of a risk for commercial shipping to accept. These munitions are depending on old school radio waves, basically. It's a cheap, dirty, effective method, but it forces the IRGC to get into a close range fight. Strategically, what that means on the bigger picture is that the US military doesn't need to clear the entire country of Iran to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. The US needs to clear a threat of about 300 miles or 500 kilometers of coastline and roughly 35 miles inland to control the Strait of Hormuz. And this is because if you look at the topographical map of Iran, a steep mountain range begins once you go a little bit inland from the strait. This geography makes it difficult to launch line-of-sight attacks from here. Question is, why doesn't Iran just sit back and launch long-range attack drones at the strait from 500 kilometers away? For example, Iran's Shahed attack drone has a range of over 1,000 kilometers, 620 miles, but they would have a very difficult time targeting commercial ships with these that are on the move. And this is because Shahed drones are mostly only effective against a fixed point. Shaheds are programmed to hit a static location like a building in Bahrain that's not gonna get up and move anywhere. Most Shahed attack drones cannot guide themselves onto a moving target. What that means from a tactical perspective is that it narrows down the amount of possible locations where the IRGC can launch attacks against the Strait to this kill box here. So much killing going on here. These Iranian short-range launches are much more difficult to detect by surveillance compared to the larger ballistic missile launchers that send off a huge giant signature. So these drones can be fired remotely, or they can have a low enough visible signature when they're fired that they're able to escape American retaliation. They are SBDs, silent but deadly. Now, the exception to this is the IRGC's anti-ship ballistic missile stockpile. These weapons have a much longer range, and they're much more capable, and they can home in on moving ships. So the question is, where does the Iranian IRGC store these anti-ship missiles? And what do you know? They're located in underground facilities along this same coast and on these islands here that are being hit. And why is that? Because they are low-flying sea-skimming missiles to avoid interception. So they cannot be fired over mountain ranges to then hit moving ships in the Strait, which limits the geography that these anti-ship missiles can be fired from. And that's the
Karg Island, the Battlefield 3 map? Somebody says, this is misinformation. Moabs are 21,000 pounds. Dude, who cares? The point is that whether we're talking about daisy cutters or Moabs or whatever, we have this class of weapon. We should probably manufacture a few. Even if we don't have that, we have JDAMs, right? They're just 500-pound bombs, 1,000-pound bombs, 2,000-pound bombs that were dumb bombs, but we put on like little GPS guide units on the front of them and put some fins on them and shit. Like that's really. Let me show y'all a JDAM real quick, because I do like Hasan Piker having the balls to say, "Oh, I think that's a JDAM." Joint Direct Attack Munition is a tail kit developed by Boeing that converts unguided dumb bombs into accurate all-weather smart bombs. Okay, so look at this. This is a tail fin and a GPS guiding unit that has been affixed to a dumb bomb. Part of the reason why JDAMs were popular during the War on Terror is because they took a cheap Cold War technology and converted it into a precision strike munition, okay? Because in Vietnam, I'm sorry, I'm just military nerding out real quick, but B-52 strategic bomb run. You think we're bad now? You should have seen what we were doing in Vietnam. Okay, some of the shit we were doing in Vietnam
during a
was
B-52
wild.
bombing run? In August of 2021, the U.S. sent B-52 bombers and a fleet of gunships into action in Afghanistan. The high-powered weapons were employed in an effort to stop the Taliban's attempts to take over more cities. The U.S. military sent several of its Boeing B-52 Stratofortresses, a long-range subsonic jet-powered strategic bomber that can carry up to 32 tons of bombs. The bombers had not been used in Afghanistan for over a year, but desperate times called for extreme measures. The bombers flew into Afghanistan from an airbase in Qatar and hit targets including Kandahar, Herat, and...
That's not even what I want to necessarily show you. I want to show you... This is DCS, so it's a video game, but it's a video game that prides itself on accuracy. So I'll just play this, see if we capture the vibe. There we go. Let's go. Hopefully that's Karg Island. But the point is that you can fuck up a lot of shit, right? That's the main thrust of it, is strategic bombers have the capacity to drop tons of dumb munitions. And B-52s, particularly if the anti-air assets of the Iranians are wiped out, you could effectively flatten vast areas of territory. So, anyways,
reason why these coastal sites are being smashed and hit and hammered in March, because Iran's anti-ship ballistic missiles are a niche weapon system. Their holographic card levels of rare. Iran is only estimated to have around 100 of them. The IRGC has been saving this more sophisticated weapon to attack any US naval vessels if they tried to escort oil tankers through the strait, or if they tried to get within 200 miles or 350 kilometers of the coast. This is why the US Navy has so far maintained standoff distance from the coast. As the fighting over the strait continues, Iran officially denies that there are any negotiations with the United States government to end the war. All these geopolitical mixed signals should be familiar to anyone who's ever dated someone with a personality disorder. So the Iranian forces are using fast attack boats to get in close and launch these drones, which brings us to the third dimension of the battle for the Strait of Hormuz, which is the intercepting mission. To do this, the US is bringing the old, trusty, reliable, dusty A-10 Warthog out to target Iran's Mosquito fleet of fast attack boats. It's a slow-moving jet that does make it vulnerable to all kinds of anti-aircraft fire, but Iranian air defense has been seriously significantly degraded enough in the south to allow for the A-10 to fly. At about $19,000 per flight hour, it's about half the cost of running F-35 missions, and it uses low-cost 30mm rounds to target those fast attack boats. It's been upgraded to fire air-to-air missiles against drones as well. On the other hand, the slow speed of the A-10 also translates to higher fuel efficiency and longer loiter times over the objective, so they can hang out and wait for any possible targets. Taken together, I think these two tactics appear to be shaping operations to clear the path for an option for an amphibious ground invasion of the northern coastline of the Strait of Hormuz if they wanted to.
I want to show you guys this real quick. I think it's a rumor. The chances of it happening are relatively low, but it gives me such a mind. I want to use a vulgar word. It makes me excited. It makes me excited. Marine Corps A-10 Sea Hog. So this is a concept that has not been implemented yet, but apparently the Marine Corps... So hold on, let me read this. The Sea Hog is a conceptual navalized variant of the Fairchild Republic A-10 Warthog proposed for Marine Corps use to provide close air support from aircraft carriers. While never produced, it was imagined with folding wings and strengthened landing gear. The A-10 is prized for its survivability, though it's considered too slow and reliant on prepared runways for USMC needs. So I didn't think that they were going to develop a Sea Hog, right? Well, I don't think that they're going to build one with folding wings. Cool idea. Really do love it. Cool. And if they did it, I would be ecstatic. Like the rule of cool dominates my brain so much that a Sea Hog with foldable wings for storage would be sick. But what's more likely is the Air Force, because they've been trying to get rid of the A-10 Warthog for a while. They've been saying, oh, you know, the A-10, it's not viable anymore. It's a slow platform. You know, enemy radar can target it. Close air support isn't what it used to be, blah, 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 blah. But so many American infantry in the War on Terror love the A-10 Warthog so much that the Army, even though they normally don't do fixed-wing aircraft, they have limited fixed-wing aircraft, they were like, we'll buy it off of you. And then the Air Force was like, hold up. Maybe we spoke too soon. We'll retire them a little bit more slowly because they don't want the Army to develop its own air capacity. And then the Marine Corps now, because we are now past the point that the Air Force extended the life cycle of the A-10 Warthog, the Marine Corps is like, hey, how about you sell us all your unused or like old A-10 Warthogs that you were on the verge of retiring, but realistically there's nothing wrong with them, and we're going to start using them at air bases. You know, we'll piggyback off of American air bases, but we're going to use them for littoral combat. So we're just going to start strafing the Strait of Hormuz with A-10 Warthogs. And if Marines land on Karg Island, they're going to have their own indigenous air, like I say indigenous, but integrated air capacity. That's A-10 Warthogs. So, Fast and Bulbous says, can we get F-22 porn? No. You will look at the A-10 Warthog and you will like it. Like, I'm trying to analogize this. Having an F-22 is like having a trophy wife, okay? Excuse me. I'm going to make a sexist analogy real quick. F-22 Raptor fighter jet, okay? So an F-22 fighter jet, if you'll please consult your screen, one of the most like physically stunning air superiority fighters to ever have been produced by mankind, okay? So trophy wife. So having an F-22, let me see if there's an apt picture. Let me find a trophy wife. So having a trophy wife picture, or trophy wife, excuse me, is like, having an F-22 is like having a trophy wife. She's high maintenance. You need to spend a ton of money on her. You need to pay attention to her. You need to take her places. You need to do things with her. You know, you got to pay attention to her or else she's going to move on. You know, she's not going to be one to not get tons of money and time and attention. You have to give her money, time, or attention or she's leaving, right? Whereas a A-10 Warthog is more like a Latina wife, right? She could be physically beautiful, but not only is she physically beautiful, she doesn't cost that much money. She works her fucking ass off. She's going to help you cook. She's going to help you clean. She's going to help you, you know, handle your shit. And if something goes down, she's going to pull her fucking hoop earrings off and she's going to go fuck up the person that's fucking with you. Right? So for me, if you ask me, hey, do you want like an F-22 trophy wife or do you want a Latina A-10 Warthog wife? There's part of me that obviously wants the F-22 trophy wife, but the A-10 Warthog wife is going to be a lot more reliable with more use cases. You know what I'm saying? Is the A-10 getting deported? No, because you married her, because you're not a piece of shit. If she ain't beating my ass, she ain't worth it. The hoops stay on. Yeah, I know where your guys' brains are at. Anyways.
Deployment is a clear indication of future ground operations on the coast because its appearance alone proves that close air support for infantry is possible here. The strait is only about 20 miles wide or 34 kilometers wide at its most narrow point between Iran and Oman. And the lane is just like a 2-lane highway with room for only about 1 sea lane in each direction. But the problem is clear, even though it's a narrow AO. So far, America has hit 9,000 targets in Iran in the whole war, and they've hit over 140 of Iran's naval vessels, according to the US military themselves. But despite all these Tomahawk missiles, bunker busters, and A-10 strafing runs, it's unlikely that this will be enough to limit the threat in the Strait of Hormuz, enough to reopen traffic. The Islamic Republic of Iran would have preferred to not close the Strait of Hormuz in the first place. Their initial strategy that we saw was using ballistic missiles in an attempt to inflict economic pain on their adversaries, but those ballistic missile launches were largely destroyed by F-35 fighters. As of today, 330 of Iran's estimated 470 total ballistic missile launchers were destroyed, leading to a downward trend of only about 5 to 10 ballistic missile launches a day. So what we're now seeing is the second option that they're having far more success with. They are wagering that it is inflicting more pain on the United States and its allies economically. US bombing efforts so far have not been enough because by mid-March we saw shipping insurance rates for the strait increase by up to 6 times the amount over the previous week. So that's roughly $250,000 more. Ships don't want to run the gauntlet because no one wants to take that hit and cause a major ecological disaster of an oil spill that their company is on the hook for. This means that reopening the Strait of Hormuz remains a problem with likely one solution: ground troops. And that's why in mid-March, we saw the US military ordered 2 Marine MEUs to the Middle East. The first MEU arrives...
All right, they're called MEUs, Cappy. They're called MEUs. I know you know enough Marines to know this. So MEUs are Marine Expeditionary Units. They're effectively like a combined arms task force of air support,
Friday,
Marines, and... excuse me... Marine Corps MEU. And to be honest, this is what a deployment in the Marine Corps looks like during peacetime. So effectively, you're living on like a littoral combat ship and or an aircraft carrier. You might have helicopter support. You might have, you know, these old like Sikorsky. These are like Seahawks. You have these like carriers that carry exclusively helicopters and VTOL aircraft like Harriers and V-22 Ospreys. And effectively what you do on a MEU is you spend 90% of your time inside the ship praying that you could leave the fucking ship. And then 10% of the time, they let you loose on hapless civilians in Australia and Japan and Malaysia and the Philippines and all that shit. And you get wasted, and then you get arrested. And then you probably have hopefully consensual sex with a Katui ladyboy out of Thailand. So that's a MEU. And so with the MEUs, I was thinking earlier in the week that there's no way that the MEU would actually deploy for land navigation. But the truth is that if we get sufficiently desperate that we need the Strait of Hormuz reopened, I actually could see a MEU and or special forces landing on Karg Island and or landing on the south side of Iran, you know, kind of by the Strait of Hormuz in order to deny military, like Iranian military operations in that area specifically. I actually could see that. But the truth is they have like integrated artillery platforms that are mobile. They have integrated landing craft that are mobile. Like they have APCs that are effectively like, how would I describe that? Amphibious assault vehicles. They have amphibious assault vehicles with fucking tanks on, you know, tank turrets on them and like 20mm chain guns on top. They have V-22 Ospreys. It's pretty fucking sick, man. Like, Marine Corps amphibious assault warfare is pretty fucking sick. We just don't get an opportunity to do it a lot. We practice it way more than we do it, which is kind of, for me, that makes it a little bit more scary for me that there might be Marines that are so fucking bored and the emergency of the situation might be so dire that Trump's going to be like, yeah, fuck it. Take the south side of Iran and also take Karg Island. And the Marines are going to be like, fuck yeah, sir, let's go. This is like our first amphibious assault since Incheon in the Korean Peninsula. You know, they would be fucking ecstatic. Marines would be chomping at the bit. I have another rant real quick. This is why I don't trust Valhalla VFTV or whatever. Okay? This is why I don't trust Valhalla. Okay? Because veterans have bad backs, bad hips, bad spines, bad trauma, bad this, bad that. And they know their like best days are behind them, and they're bitter that their military skills were used in the war on terror in a way that was abused in their mind, like geopolitically and spiritually abused. Whereas a 19-year-old fucking Marine who's in the Marine Corps now, who is a part of a MEU, he wants to deploy. He wants to deploy at the Battle of Karg Island. Are you shitting me? Do you know how many fucking teenage Marines probably were playing Battlefield 3 when they were like 10 or 12? And they're like, you're saying that there's a chance that I get to deploy on the real Karg Island and actually fight it out with IRGC forces? I actually get to fucking machine gun Iranians who are trying to kill me. I get to seize the Strait of Hormuz. Let's fucking go. Now, when they're done, they'll have PTSD. They'll have a bad hip. You know, they'll have a bad back. They'll have a bad spine. But the Marines right now, they're fucking ready to go, dude. Holy shit. Conduit says, have you ever gone over why aircraft carriers are the coolest things invented by man? Not yet, but I should. I would literally just watch a World War II documentary about the development of aircraft carriers. I really would. I love the concept. Anyways, sorry for getting too excited about Marines killing things. My bad.
March 27th, while the second half is about 3 weeks out from being in position in CENTCOM. They bring F-35 fighters, they bring more air capacity, but they also bring ground troops. And together they have about 5,000 Marines with amphibious assault capabilities to conduct what's known as joint forcible entry. Joint forcible entry is to gain a foothold somewhere, in this case on the shore, to clear the path for follow-on forces. On top of that, there are increasing reports that headquarters elements from the 82nd Airborne Division are already deployed to the Middle East, which is typically an indication for planning of larger operations. These two units and their capabilities suggest that they're planning to capture and hold Karg Island, possibly the coastline around the Strait of Hormuz. Now, the US government could of course declare victory tomorrow and attempt to end the war, but in the meantime, the most recent strikes have changed their targets. The Air Force is now hitting IRGC ground troops. They're hitting IRGC infantry and tank units located in central and southern Iran. These are the Iranian ground troops that would be responsible for responding to any type of amphibious marine landing near the Strait of Hormuz. It is not for certain, it is just an indication of what may be to come.
I think it's literally 50-50 that the United States would seize these islands if Iran doesn't stop interrupting traffic through the Strait of Hormuz. I think it's literally 50-50. If Iran keeps fucking around, we will take those islands and we will take Karg Island and we'll use the interruption in the international supply chains as justification to do it. If Iran comes to the table and they say, yep, we'll give up our nuclear program, blah, 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 then I would see it as we wouldn't do it. So, yeah.
Long-term bombing campaign could maybe work, but the US doesn't have time on its side. Even with the release of strategic oil reserves that can stabilize prices temporarily. It appears like most nations like the Philippines that just issued a state of emergency, Pakistan and many other nations only have about 30 to 90 days of usable buffer before shortages cause significant impacts to their economy. Because the only way to quickly and completely prevent the IRGC harassing fire on commercial ships is to have troops on the ground who can instantly respond as QRF, Quick Reaction Forces, 15 minutes from any launch site. These are known as POO sites, or point of origin, where the drone launches come from, and ground forces would be required to have a more granular surveillance that's necessary to find those kind of launches. However, on the other side, this relatively small fighting force would be highly exposed and vulnerable to incoming fire. An important little-known aspect to the battle for the Strait of Hormuz is the efforts to destroy the IRGC's drone and missile production plants. In theory, this would deprive them of the ability to harass the strait, but there is a new problem that many people are not aware of. Iran is now shipping in weapons from safe havens outside their border, similar to how Cambodia was a safe haven during the...
Somebody says, I think we would take the islands, but then we would offload it to Arabs. Absolutely the fuck not. Not only would Sunni Arabs occupying Karg Island and southern Iran for extended periods be an absolute shit show. That would be like a total fucking civil war. It's not even a civil war. It would be like a regional world war. Not only would we not offload that to the Arab states, we don't trust the fucking Arab states as far as we can throw them. The Arab states, for every 20 jihadists that the Arab states shoot, they also shoot one American in a friendly fire incident. So there's no way in fuck we would trust the Gulf states, excuse me, the Gulf states to handle that. No way in fuck would we do that. So, y'all need to donate already, damn? Well, I appreciate that. Who is that? Who said that? Who the fuck said that? Who's the twinkle-toed cocksucker who just signed his own death warrant? I'm kidding. That's Samson. Thank you for the chip, Samson. But yeah, like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. You guys say you want geopolitics. We're talking about the Strait of Hormuz. We're talking about A-10 Sea Hogs. We're talking about JDAMs. We're talking about daisy cutters. You said this is what you want. If this is what you want, you need to like the stream. You share it with your friends. You need to engage with chat. You need super chats or memberships if you got them. I parasocially love you and thank you for being here. And also, I'm not going to money shame y'all at all today. because you were so fucking generous yesterday, day before. You know, we're chilling. We're having a good time. But if you got it, share it. Share it with the class.
Vietnam War, there are multiple countries that Iran ships weapons in from. So even if missile and drone production facilities are destroyed within Iran's borders, Iran can still obtain new weapons. Since 2022, the IRGC first started setting up these attack drone production facilities a few stops down in Tajikistan. These weapons transit through...
Andy B, if you says this is the best stream in a while, to be honest, if I make $2 during a geopolitical segment, and then I make $200 during a drama slop segment, which one do you think I'm going to be more likely to do? Which one do you think I'm going to be more likely to do? $2 or $200? Which one am I going to do more often?
Uzbekistan and Turkmenistan by rail and road networks. In fact, on March 18th, a large convoy of over 100 trucks moved...
Sure, I gotcha. So Norman's Jam says, can someone please give me a quick history of this gentleman? I'm a new listener. Sure. I am a internet history autist. I love history. I love politics. I love warfare. I love militaria. I was born in Boston, raised in Florida, moved to Belgium when I was like 8, moved to Texas after that, moved back to Florida, joined the Marine Corps. I did 4 years in the Marine Corps as a pogue from 2006 to 2010. I did deploy to Iraq. I did 2 years in Okinawa, 7 months in Iraq, and then basically 2 years, but realistically a year and a half in California. I came home. I got a 4-year degree in interdisciplinary shit, which basically means I was too lazy to get a degree in a single focus. And then I became a cop for 4 years, and then I started YouTubing probably in 2019. And the YouTube content that took off for me was Warhammer, which is a science fiction, science fantasy setting. And I've made, I'm not rich, but I made a healthy chunk of change off of that. And then I used that as a backdoor in order to support my other passion, which is talking autistically about international politics and online drama. So if you like international politics and online drama, we can be friends. And then the community that I've cultivated is, I would say it's 60 to 70% liberal. So they're center-left people, but they're sex degenerates, just warning you. If you're a polite person, if you're a nice person, we might not be your cup of tea. But basically, like 60 to 70% of my audience are center-left dudes who kind of have spines and like guns, and they don't hate the United States of America. And then I would say 30% of my audience are conservatarians. So they're like center-right dudes who would be libertarian, but realistically, they know that totally annihilating the state is not likely to happen anytime soon. So the best they can do is try to restrain the power of the state in order to maintain the freedom of Americans, which is actually probably like a really good impulse. I should probably focus on that more rather than, hey, isn't all this military shit cool? Because that's what happens, right? Like, the American empire is doing crazy stuff that I should be condemning. And then they're like, Connor, but we're doing it with really cool weapons. And I'm like, oh shit. Well, I mean, if you're doing horrible things with really cool weapons, then how bad could it really be? You know? Kind of a dumb way to view the world, but I am incredibly intelligent and incredibly stupid in the same breath. So, unsurprising. Unsurprising, to be honest. Let me open this up. Somebody super chatted. A couple of people super chatted, actually. Thank you to... I'm going to thank everybody who donated, and I'm going to read everybody real quick. Jen Winkler with the 10 says, boobs and violence. Thank you. Vazraka with the gifted, I appreciate you. This was... Who was this? This was Fellrunner, who linked the Gen X deposition that I only watched for a couple of minutes, but I want Gen X to be here for it. Samson... Oh, no, this was Sen Patriarch. Excuse me. Sen Patriarch with a 2 says, y'all need to donate already, damn. Thank you, Sen. I appreciate you. Old School with the 5 says, I didn't want geopolitics. I wanted science fiction, but you said no. Well, I got new science fiction, new Star Wars, and new Warhammer this week, so you should be happy in that regard. Anonymous Chatter for 5 says, Hassan is in Cuba. Someone check Connor's basement and walls for a man launching trebuchet. I know. Marco Rubio could do the funniest fucking thing right now. He won't, but it would be funny. And then Hedonic Samuel for the 10 says, Pete Holmes has a new comedy special on YouTube. Just thought y'all should know. I love Pete Holmes. I love Pete Holmes' comedy, existential philosophy shit. I think it's so cool. Anyways, back to the react.
In from Tajikistan to Iran with its contents unknown. They claimed that it was construction materials, but the inventory was unusually undeclared. They followed a well-known Central Asian transit route that Iran has been investing in heavily for over the past few years. This is the same route that Iran ships weapons to Russia and Russia ships weapons to Iran from. It's also where Iran has attempted to mitigate the damage of closing the Strait of Hormuz because this supply route, the Middle Corridor, was being built up as an alternative route for Iran to ship oil to its allies in China. If the route was completed, it would allow Iran to shut down the Strait of Hormuz whenever they wanted, restricting oil to the US's allies while still pumping oil to its allies. And this is why we saw a major escalation in the war in Iran when in mid-March, the IDF blew up ships at the major Caspian seaport in northern Iran. And this attack totally destroyed Iran's ability to ship in weapons from here. This was the first time that the IDF had struck this far north in Iran. And you can see how the Caspian Sea here connects Iran to Russia by water. So IDF fighters hit the port of Bandar Anzali after there were reports that Russia was sending them munitions through here. China sent attack drones, ballistic missile production material, and they were in talks to send high-tech anti-ship missiles prior to the war. China had just opened their first major train corridor with Iran in 2024 here. But even if that corridor is shut down and physical weapons are reduced to the IRGC, they still have other forms of warfare that they're using. We saw commercial oil tankers started reporting their systems going haywire in the strait. Safely navigating these narrow paths isn't easy. You can't just wing it. It requires sensitive sailing equipment. And that's why a little known aspect of the battle over the strait is Iran is now deploying new forms of electronic warfare. Commercial vessels heavily rely on GPS systems to avoid collisions in these congested waters. They're not built with all these redundancies to easily detect when their automated systems are being jammed. So some tankers don't even carry paper charts with them anymore, which makes them even more vulnerable to jamming or GPS spoofing. So sailors have said that if you don't have charts and you're being spoofed, you're more than a little screwed. Key to understanding the Battle of the Strait of Hormuz are these UK MTO reports that you might have seen while scrolling around. UK MTO is actually one of the most important but least understood players in this entire war. They attempt to untangle the electronic and explosive attacks here. It's a British-run UK Royal Navy Coordination Center that's based in Dubai. They do real-time threat reporting for the Strait, like basically air traffic control for tankers in war. They create a shared operating picture of the Strait. So military-grade Iranian EW signals have completely blocked some navigation systems and fooled them into following false, dangerous paths. The IRGC broadcast these signals over a wide area. They turned jammers on for a while. It caused some chaos.
I get it that we're dickheads. I understand that we're evil. But are we so evil that we would broadcast fake, fake travel data to oil tankers in the Strait of Hormuz in the hopes of running them aground and causing an ecological disaster akin to like the BP oil spill in 2011? Are we that big of dicks? Are we such big dicks that we would just like blow up random civilian vessels for shits and giggles? And this is one of the things that does pisses me off about like the lefty criticism. So a Tomahawk missile strikes a school, and the lefties on Twitter are like, America did it on purpose. They're a bunch of bloodthirsty monsters. They just love slaughtering innocent Iranians. And it's like, we have the technological capacity to do that every single day. We could just like pick on GPS coordinates every single elementary school, every single middle school in Iran and hit them with a Tomahawk, right? We don't do that, okay? We don't do that on purpose. There was probably an intel failure, a targeting failure, something that hit the school, and it was a mistake, and we killed them. But that's different than just being like, we are going to look up, that's a civilian. There's no military use of the other targeting area. There's no weapons. There's no comms gear. There's no geostrategic, vulnerability. There's no nothing. We're just going to blow up a civilian for shits and giggles. And that's the thing. Like somebody in my chat is saying, oh, you sweet summer child. Even the biggest examples that like the left-wing anti-American imperialists have are not what you think they are. So for instance, the, what was it? It's like collateral murder, right? Collateral murder was one of the biggest things that was released by WikiLeaks during the Iraq War. And it's Apache gunships gunning down a crowd of men and then gunning down the people who come to help the crowd of men. Okay? Sounds bad, right? But if you actually watch the footage, what's happening is 2 international reporters are walking with a militia group with AK-47s several blocks away from a downed American vehicle that was continuously receiving fire from that approximate location. The dudes that the cameramen were walking with were all armed with AK-47s, which in and of itself isn't a crime, but maybe don't be walking around with an AK-47 from an area where Americans are taking fire. Probably not the best thing to do if you don't want to get shot by the American military. And then the camera equipment, because it's basically like a black and white gun camera, the camera equipment looks like RPG tubes. They look like missile tubes because it's basically like a big ass tripod bag, right? So what you basically see is you see 2 dudes with what looks like RPG tubes walking with dudes with AK-47s towards an American position. And so the helicopters light them up, kill everybody, and then vehicles come in to try to clear the wounded. And apparently there were kids in the vehicles and they lit up the vehicles and they, killed everybody in the cars. But for me, it's like, number one, if I'm in a war zone, I'm not walking around with small arms in the general vicinity that are attacking an overwhelming enemy force, unless I myself am a combatant. And then number two, I'm not taking my kids in order to do a rescue mission of random dudes, random militia dudes who just got mowed down by a fucking attack helicopter. Like, I know it's like fucked up. I trust me, I hear it. I know it's fucked up to blame the kids and blame the parents for trying to save people's lives and then getting mowed down. Obviously, there's like a noble intent behind that guy who was trying to drive into the mowed down militia members in order to try to save some of them. But goddamn, like, some of that shit is stupid as fuck. I'm going to engage with chat for a second just because I feel like it, because I have a feeling that that tactical strategic analysis, but some people are just going to be like, yeah, that's true. Other people are going to be like, no, fuck you. Here's these other examples of America being bad. So I kind of want to check out your guys' America bad comments. So, Horse God for 5, thank you for the donation, King. Internet comment etiquette has a new episode that's about Israel, so that's still considered Geopolitical, right? Yeah, sure, that could be fun. I'm unfamiliar with internet commentary etiquettes, whatever shit, but that would be interesting. Do we have to let Hassan back into the country? That's what I'm asking Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Q Cantambrone says, bones like this word has never seen before. Shake my head. Are you talking about the Bones bomber? What are we talking about? What are we talking about? Eben says, outside of a few R-sword figures like Mehdi Hassan himself, everyone is pooping all over him. I hope so. I hope so. Are you asking, are we capable of evil if the ends justify the means? No, I know we are. I know we are. But do we ever do evil shit where we don't have a end that actually is relatively justifiable or a means that is totally morally repugnant? The self-interest is never-ending, astounding in today's times. I mean, that's true. There's a 22-nation coalition headed to the Strait right now. Yeah, but can they do anything? Do they have any military capacity? That's easy to say when you have military superiority. Sure, but is it my fault that you're bad at war? Do I have to feel bad for you because you're bad at war? Nobody 2007 says, I think it's the fact that we claim to be the best in the world, so the standard for us not to fuck up is extremely high. That's true. And even when we do fuck up, we're still the best in the world. Fast and Bulba says the My Lai massacre. Sure. But we know about the My Lai massacre. I think the lieutenant who was in charge of the My Lai massacre, I think nobody else went to jail or prison, which is pretty fucked up. But I think the lieutenant who was in charge of the My Lai massacre, he actually did receive an incarcerated sentence. But then Nixon, like, commuted it to, like, 5 years in prison or some shit. And Robert Bales massacred. He massacred Afghan civilians. He's serving life in Leavenworth right now. Harstar says, I have it on pretty decent authority that it was an AI failure. They were using some AI to select targets and it fucked it up. I would not be surprised by that. I really would not be surprised by that. I want to know who the fathers of the schoolgirls were. Then we would know if it was an accident. Maybe if the IRGC, maybe if it's like an IRGC school, I could see how an AI and or signals intelligence analysis would say, oh, all the IRGC people go here. Therefore, let's missile strike here. And then maybe they didn't check out the times enough in order to realize it's because they were dropping their kids off for school. I think that's possible, but we should be better than that. I'm not suggesting collateral murder wasn't a case of mistaken identity. I get that. Okay, cool. Connor, we have military superiority. We don't need to do things like that. It's actually a privilege. Yeah, sure. I'm with you. I'm with you. But if other people suck at war, why is that our fault? But if they say, oh, the only way that I can fight war is by holding civilians hostage and blowing up the Strait of Hormuz and fucking with international commerce in a way that kills hundreds of thousands of people, why don't we say, well, you suck at war and that's a shitty way to engage in war, so we're going to fuck you up. You know what I'm saying? Horse God says, I can confirm that compared to some of our allies in Iraq and Afghanistan war, the United States forces went above and beyond in most cases to adhere to the rules of engagement and targeting intelligence. That's what I feel like. But maybe I'm drinking the Kool-Aid because I was a part of it. I don't know. Somebody says, here's some more chips from Samson, but I still can't see the name for $5. So it's truly either Sen Patriarch or it's Samson. Oh my God. That's funny. Samson says, I'm truly getting tapped out. Y'all need to pick it up. Here's a chip from Fellrunner. Thank you. You guys are silly. We are 1 away from the goal. We still have an hour left on the goal, and we're only 1 donation away from the end of the goal. So thank you guys. Thank you for the chips. I appreciate it. Sen Patriarch says Tectone's dad is also known for being a prolific sexual harasser in the military. I know. But didn't he also get, like, charged and dishonorably discharged and all that bullshit? I'll move on in a second, I promise. I'll probably cut this out of the VOD, but still. I just wanted to engage with chat for a minute. Jeb Kush for 5 says, losing weight is easier when you deprive yourself of fast food money. 10% of my weight loss goal in 3 weeks. Nice, man. Nice. Good job. Truly good job. Hedonic Samuel with the 5 says, I'm a liberal hawk. The military is just too damn cool. That's what happens to me, though, but I need to be checked, right? Like the speech from Team America World Police about dicks, pussies, and assholes, where dicks want to fuck too much and all that kind of shit. That's me with, like, military adventurism. Like, the United States military should not be able to launch a unilateral war without approval from Congress in Iran through the Strait of Hormuz. And I'm like, wow, that's pretty bad. That sounds like a violation of the Republic. That sounds like a spiritual violation of the balance of powers between the executive and the legislature. We truly need to figure out how to get our Republic under control. And then, like, the military is like, hey, Connor, we're selling A-10 Warthogs to the Marine Corps so they can do close air support on amphibious island assaults in the Strait of Hormuz. And I'm just like, well, that's cool, so I can't even be mad, you know? It's like the it's like Baxter from Anchorman, you know, where Will Ferrell is talking to his dog and he's like, you ate a whole wheel of cheese. I'm not even angry. I'm impressed. That's me whenever the military does some crazy shit. Sapien Green for the 500 DKK. Thank you. My country just had an election. Everybody lost. I'm sorry, buddy. I'm sorry. Are you in Hungary? I think it's Danish kronars, right? So you're in Denmark? But yeah. Yeah, Harstar says, I would love this if this was a video game instead of real life. Yeah. Oh my God. It's called the Sis of Hormuz. Nice. Nice. All right, anyways, back to it.
And then they relocate before an American missile homes in on their location, all without even expending a single munition. Iran knows that they can't stand toe-to-toe with US and Israel, so instead they go after these softer targets. And it's had some success, because even a proposed $20 billion maritime reinsurance fund that the US announced on March 6th isn't enough to get ships moving again. And they don't need physical missiles or EW attacks, because Iran has thousands of sea mines to make a mess of the strait. The US Navy prioritized hitting these mine-laying vessels early in the conflict, sinking more than 16 by mid-March. But the IRGC also deploys them by truck-mounted rockets, which makes finding every last one of these things even harder. According to H.I. Sutton's Covert Shores website, the IRGC has at least 2 main varieties of naval mines that lurk near the seafloor, and they listen for engine noises above them. Once they hear the right kind of pre-programmed acoustic signature, they explode or they chase after the target like a torpedo. These are much harder to detect.
That's kind of crazy, I'm not gonna lie.
Than the old-fashioned floating mines. They can be set to only target ships with a certain speed range, which means they ignore warships, for instance, but activate when oil tankers move through the area. The IRGC uses their mines to confine shipping to an even more narrow channel. They use airborne drones then to identify ships and make sure only the vessels that Iran wants to let through are allowed to pass.
I have a really dumb idea. What if we just put really big sails on an oil tanker? Could we put really big sails on an oil tanker and kind of like silently slip by? I know it's dumb. I know that's one of the dumbest things you've ever heard. But what if?
In response to the escalating mission, the Pentagon is now asking Congress for an additional $200 billion to achieve a monumental task, and they're moving in a 3rd aircraft carrier. My personal read on the situation is that part of the reason I believe the US military wasn't fully prepared for the level of Iranian counterattacks on the Strait of Hormuz is that these assets were not moved into place before the initial wave of the attack was launched. From an operational point of view, you would already want to have these assets in location unless you expected the war to end quickly. And when wars do not end quickly, it puts strain on the fighting force, which leads to mistakes and accidents or worse. The USS Gerald R. Ford carrier that was on station was just pulled off combat duty when a fire broke out in the laundry room that destroyed the sleeping quarters for 600 sailors. The ship has been on near continuous deployment for almost a year now, from Venezuela to Iran. And early reports indicate that the Navy's investigating a number of different reasons why the fire could have happened. They reported it wasn't from enemy fire, which the US is normally very transparent about. However, it's unclear if possibly one of the sailors and the crew started the fire as sabotage in protest for the ship's deployment being continuously extended almost twice as long as normal deployments are.
I really would not be surprised. The military, listen man, the military is just 18 to 22-year-old kids who their parents weren't rich enough to send them to a nice college, or if their parents were rich enough to send them to a nice college, they were stupid enough, I'm talking about myself, to join the military as an adventure. And so they're either 18 to 22-year-old super smart and privileged kids who thought that the military would be a cool adventure, and therefore they're stupid and crazy as fuck. Or they're 18 to 22-year-old poor kids who didn't have a better option, and so joining the military made sense. And so out of all of those two options, between the stupid and crazy of every 18 to 22-year-old enlisted person in the military, I'm telling you, there's going to be somebody on a ship of 1,000 people that was bitching and like, I want to go home. Our deployment has been doubled. I fucking hate this shit. I don't even know why I joined the Navy. I should have just gone to community college and gotten my girlfriend pregnant. And that motherfucker, because I knew that motherfucker, right? That there's like a chance that that motherfucker set a laundry machine on fire in order to try to disable the ship in an accident so they could end their deployment. I'm telling you, it's possible. I had 2 guys who killed it in boot camp. I could look them up. I literally have like a boot camp yearbook. These guys were some of the smartest, strongest, fastest people in my platoon. They were some of the best Marines that we had in boot camp as far as the skills that you needed in order to be a Marine. They had it, right? And then I went to combat training with both of these guys, and both of these guys got it into their idea. Like they started talking to each other for whatever reason, and they got depressed about their girlfriends, or they got depressed about not being able to hang out with their family, or they got anxious about like actually going and doing Marine shit out in the fleet, whatever happened. And I caught them at like 11 p.m. at night trying to break each other's hands with the buttstocks of their rifles. Okay, I shit you not. In combat training, they put their hands on a metal bunk bed, and then the other guy took a rifle and tried to slam the other dude's hand in order to break his hand so they could get like medically temporarily removed from combat training. And I don't even know like what their plan was after that, because seriously, like, once your hand was healed, you're going back to training anyways. So like, that's not even a good way to get out of the military. It was really fucking stupid. So I'm pretty sure I just called them the R slur. And I was like, what the fuck is that gonna do, you fucking dumbasses? And then I just moved on with my day. So, yeah. Anyways.
Problem with the U.S. naval escort mission is that while the U.S. warships are extremely capable in the tight confines of the Strait of Hormuz and following predictable paths as they escort slow commercial ships, all of their advanced radars and long-range interceptors lose their advantage. Altogether, naval escorts seem like a difficult mission to me. On March 19th, 7 of America's closest allies signaled that they might be warming up to the idea of joining a coalition to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, but the joint statement stopped short of actually committing naval vessels to a coalition. Deploying a naval vessel into the strait is a risky move. So is setting the precedent that Iran can cut off 1/5 of the global oil market at will. And the skies above Iran remain a threat, because the US F-35 had to make an emergency landing after returning from combat missions over Iran. CENTCOM said that the aircraft landed safely and the pilot is in, quote, stable condition. And that specific language indicates to me, which suggests that the pilot was wounded, likely significantly. Soon after, the IRGC claimed responsibility and posted this unverified video, allegedly showing one of their surface-to-air missiles hitting the F-35 in question. At first, I thought it was an AI video, but after looking closer and comparing it to other footage from Iran and Houthi fights over Yemen, we see the same sort of thermal imaging system at work. Iran has several domestically produced air defense systems that use these kind of passive infrared sensors instead of radar to home in on their targets. This video seems consistent with that kind of system. It explains why the F-35 seemed to be taken by surprise and didn't pop any decoys. But the jury is still out on whether the video is real or not. We know that the F-35 has multispectral stealth coatings that reduce infrared signature to this kind of specific attack. So the fact that the F-35 jet allegedly shows up just as bright as any other jet in this video seems unusual. The fighter kept going and it made it back to base. Was it struck by falling debris from a missile, an anti-aircraft missile, or a manpad? It's unclear. If a full SAM site missile had hit it, it would likely wouldn't have made it back home. Either way.
That's my thing. So I was talking to a schizo who I had a beautiful conversation with at the park the other day. And she was, her dad was, we were just chatting up, having a conversation while we were at the dog park. And she was saying that her dad is like a geopolitical, like conspiracy theory guy, and he's been tracking all this shit. And effectively, he thinks that the American casualties are super underreported right now like, so there are hundreds or thousands of wounded or dead Americans in Germany, that it's going to come out in the next like 2 weeks, right? That, you know, the casualty stats aren't 10 Americans. It's going to be like 1,000, you know, dead, and then another couple thousand wounded. And the federal government is covering it up right now. The reason why I don't think that's true, is because, you know how I just said that it's a bunch of 18 to 22-year-olds? Like, it's a bunch of, like, either really smart or really dumb 18 to 22-year-olds. They would snitch so fucking fast. If there was, like, because the best hospitals are in Germany, if there were 1,000 American KIA, that shit would be on Instagram. I'm telling you, it would be on Twitter, it would be on Instagram, it would be somewhere. There would be some Lance Corporal, some PFC, some private, some airman first class, some fucking enlisted kid that was 19 years old, and he would fucking make a burner. If he was smart, he would make a burner and use the deep web, take pictures or video of all the wounded or killed, and upload it to the internet. So for me, like, the chances of that happening to me is like less than 1 in 1,000, right? Yeah, it would be on TikTok. Yeah, it would literally be like, it would be like the sad girl doing the sad dance in front of a bunch of corpses, you know? Like, it'd be on social media. You're allowed to have smartphones on deployment? Fuck yeah. Dude, where do you think all those crazy fucking Iraq videos came from? The Iraq videos came from handheld camcorders that infantry grunts in the War on Terror brought with them on deployment, and then first, during the Iraq invasion, they had handheld video cameras. During subsequent invasions, they had fucking GoPros, bro. Special forces were wearing GoPros so they could make motivational, like, videos and post it to YouTube. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's actually crazy how much we kind of publicize about our own operations, but I actually appreciate the transparency. So, yeah. Hedonic Samuel renewed their membership. Thank you, King. The months are flying by. Geez, true, man. We're almost already out of, we're about to move out of spring into summer. Holy shit, it's been a fast year already. It's because nothing's happening. Yes.
Hitting an American stealth fighter jet at all might be seen as a morale victory for the IRGC. In the background of all of this combat, a diplomatic battle is being waged. President
Harstar says they didn't learn from that. No, we tripled down on it. We got more GoPros.
President Trump said that he would hit Iran's power infrastructure, which is...
We got better GoPros. That's what we learned. What we learned is, don't film yourself committing war crimes. Just film yourself doing normal war, and then also buy better GoPros.
A civilian target. This is a map of Iran's power plants all over the country. The president threatened to hit the largest one first. Then the US government came back and claimed that productive negotiations with Iran meant delaying the attack by 5 days. Iran has denied these talks happened, and the IRGC threatened to hit Israel and the US military power generation if that happens. So what all of this tells me is that there are still many steps of escalation that this war can still climb. Both sides are so far purposefully holding off on attacking many types of infrastructure like water desalination, because many of the Gulf countries depend on those plants for fresh water. This would be the third or so time that the US would have attacked Iran during negotiations, so it's not unlikely that this is a stalling tactic to buy time for American ground forces to get into position. Past conflicts with Iran have reached settlements, which means it's not an impossibility though. If the US government declares victory and stops bombing, they're likely looking for an off-ramp that'll reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Unless diplomacy can reach a peace agreement, escalation to American ground troops on the coast of Hormuz would probably be required to clear the threat and reopen traffic. Moving troops into position could be a negotiation tactic to just have that credible threat there though. Personally, I do not doubt the capabilities or skills of US ground forces to accomplish this mission. What I find more concerning is what would come after that. Are US troops going to be required to occupy Iran's coastline indefinitely? Because without regime change, the strait will come under constant attack again once US forces leave. And cutting off funding to Iran's conventional army may cause desertions, but it may take months or years to starve off the IRGC, the fanatics who depend on the regime to stay in power anyway. So cutting off their funding may not cause them to lay down arms for a long time, which is why I remain skeptical of this as a long-term solution. If you want to learn more, though, about why
Dana Calico Cloud says, I'm saturated. Thanks, everyone. Heart emoji, snail emoji. Appreciate you, Dana. See you, Connor. Yeah, I got it.
Russia...
Not all this stuff, not everything on the Counterpoints channel is going to be for everyone. So, for instance, what I'm going to move into right now is going to be really terrible. It's going to hurt all of us. So, Sleepy, you know, I'm just gonna let the Iran one play out. That's probably not gonna become a VOD. I was seriously just watching it, although maybe it will. I don't know. I don't know. I got to see how a Geopoll. I got to see how a Geopoll segment performs on VODs. But the truth is that I'm really just doing that for an update. You know, I'm really just doing that for an update. See what's going on, see what's happening, etc., etc. It's really not that big of a deal. You know, it's still happening. Things are still happening. So deal with the things still happening. So what I wanted to do. No, I don't want to get hurt. Patriarch says, kill myself, kill myself, kill myself, kill myself. So what I was going to do, because I told y'all, you suggest like, Connor, watch this documentary on Adam Kinzinger being the last Republican, which by the way, I still need to watch. Connor, watch this breakdown of Gen X testifying about salvaged vessels in the Mississippi Delta. And I'm just like, holy shit, like my autism is interested in that because I think that shit's interesting, but I don't have attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. So I actually have the capacity to listen to people talk about complex topics for more than like 2 minutes at a time, where I'm not insulting everybody in my chat. There's plenty of people who don't have ADD or ADHD in my chat, but it seems like this entire generation, you know, really does have ADD or ADHD. And so in order to keep people on topic, you do need to have like tits, dicks, or blood, right? Tits, dicks, or blood. It's what you need. Okay. So imagine not having ADHD. I know. You didn't look up Chinese sail tankers? We should look at that. If the Chinese are already doing it, why don't we just copy their technology? Chinese sail tankers. Chinese sail-assisted tankers are modern eco-friendly vessels developed in China featuring advanced wing sails to reduce fuel consumption and emissions. That's tight. That's tight. Dude, if that's a thing, what speed can you achieve with just sails? You know? Because I know, once again, you guys are probably like, oh, you know, blah, 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 you can't be there. But if the torpedoes, let's say that America achieves air dominance in the Strait of Hormuz, so there's no more missiles, drones, or the chances of you getting hit by a missile or drone is low. And then let's say that the main thing that's a threat are acoustic-based mines that release and track certain sound signatures that are similar or like are within a category of commercial vessel. You really have like two options. You could use like buoys that mimic the sound of the commercial vessels and then use those to set off the mines. By the way, that seems like a cheap solution. Literally put a buoy with a speaker on it that makes the sound of commercial vessels in the water. and just drag that out 200 feet, well, probably 1,000 feet behind a military vessel, and then boom, you could demine the strait. The other option would be just have sailboats. They might only be able to achieve a few knots. They might only be able to go like 3 to 5 miles an hour, but 3 to 5 miles an hour silently through the strait is better than 0 miles an hour never going through the strait. So that's my opinion, but I'm a dumbass. So, like I said, I'm a wildly intelligent dumbass.
Yesterday, we covered one of the most brain-dead...
I have the capacity to consume and understand incredibly complex information. I also have the capacity to combine that information into some of the most dog shit takes you've ever heard in your entire life. Magnets. Cool. Well, let's, somebody said a lot of the mines are magnetic. Well, we could actually, yeah, why don't we just attach a magnet to a boat and just run the boat through the Strait of Hormuz? What's the problem? You could literally have a boom that stretches out 500 feet or 1,000 feet with a giant fucking magnet on it. And then you could have a trailer, you could have a steel cable that hooks up to a buoy that has a magnet on it and has an acoustic speaker that mimics a commercial vessel. And then boom, you could be doing some like Looney Tunes shit in order to demine the Strait of Hormuz. I think that shit would be hysterical. Imagine autistic miners. First, they dump their niche fixation on you before blowing your shit up. I mean, honestly. Are you saying buoy weird, or have I been saying it weird this whole time? So buoy... Yesterday, we covered... To me, I think I pronounce buoy... Let me go to... So, boo... E... Right? This is how I pronounce buoy. But buoy is spelled boo-oy, right? Buoy. Buoy is pronounced... See, it says buoy is the right way to pronounce it. So boo and then E. But the way it's spelled is B-U-O-Y. So realistically, if English wasn't a completely contradictory, silly, weird language, then we would pronounce it boo-oy. We'd be like, send out the boo-oys. But we don't, because English doesn't make sense. Send Mr. Girl, he's into miners. True. I thought they tried that in World War II and it blew up the boats. Well, fuck it. We got better technology now. We could probably figure it out. Could be fun. Could be fun. The Allies used degaussing coils on ships to avoid German magnetic mines. That's cool. Let's do some of that shit. Let's bring back some of the World War II Looney Tunes style technology that allowed them to operate. Have you guys ever seen a chain flail deminer? These things are so fucking cool. These are the coolest things on the fucking planet. Have you ever seen this shit? It's literally a tank with a roller on the front of it, with a flail on it, and the flail hits the ground in order to set off mines. It's the coolest shit on the planet. Let's see if we got a good video of it. Look at that. Look at that. It's literally a flail. I want to see it set one off, though. Nope. Nope. Too peaceful. I want to see a flail set off a mine. I've seen it before. Oh, this is the short from the same video. Okay. Here's him setting it off, I think. Let's see if we can get him setting it off. Maybe this one it doesn't set. Oh, I think that might have been it. Was that it? Dude, imagine getting a melee kill with a flail tank. Imagine you're like demining a field, and then some dumbass is like ballsy enough to run out to you, and they try to like start shooting you with like a machine gun or an RPG. Oh, here we go. Take a look at this. Boom! So let's say some dumbass like runs out on you with like an AK-47 or like an RPG, and you fucking kill them with a flail tank. Dude, oh my god, if I could... That's... Helldivers 2? Helldivers 2 oftentimes takes like speculative military weapons and real military weapons and incorporates them into the loadout. Helldivers 2 is basically like a sandbox violence video game where realistically the fun of the video game comes from using the variety of tools to kill your enemies procedurally in different ways. Helldivers 2 100% should make a flail tank. Holy shit. Would I love to kill Illuminate zombies with a fucking flail tank. That would be amazing. All right. Anyways, let me just read chat for a little bit, and then let me start the silly drama bullshit. Anonymous says, I think your giant sail on oil tankers might make for bigger booms if the explosion drones find them. Probably. They would be vulnerable to FPVs, and they would be vulnerable to probably Shaheds because they would be traveling so slowly. Airborne Kite says Wallace and Gromit warfare. True. Connor, don't Google miners, please. I used an ER, not an OR, bro. Oh my god. Conservatism says my grandpa's Korean War destroyer was regularly, that's a word, degaussed. They also floated mines at the ship that they didn't shoot with .22 long rifle. Whoa, that's bananas. I know a lot of D-miners. This is new to me. No, but I like every word in that sentence. True. Yeah, Crusader Danny says, have you seen what an M58 mine-clearing line charge even before that? Yes.
One of the most...
Yes. I don't even care if I lose viewership. We're going to take a look at a M58 miner clearing charge. M58 mine clearing line charge. Yeah, dude. So what you do... Oh my god, this shit is so cool. So it's literally, it's a rocket that fires a line of detonation cord across a minefield and then blows up the minefield. Watch this shit. It's so cool.
Launches the rocket over the obstacle or minefield and clears a path 14 meters wide by 100 meters in depth to allow the infantry freedom maneuver to their objective.
Oh my god. Dude, it's literally Baxter, Anchorman. I'm not even mad. This is like the military. I am Will Ferrell, and Baxter is the United States military committing a war crime. Okay.
You're so wise.
Hold on. Let me get you better volume. Volume. No. Where's the thing? Here we go. Okay. Once again for setup. I am Will Ferrell. The United States military is the dog committing a war crime.
You're so wise. You're like a miniature Buddha covered in hair. Come again? You know I don't speak Spanish. In English, please. Huh? You pooped in the refrigerator? And you ate a whole wheel of cheese? How'd you do that? It's actually, I'm not even mad. That's amazing.
I'm not even mad. That's amazing. Fucking hell. All right, I think this is Hedonic Samuel with the 5. Me scrolling reels. Nah, this is too peaceful. Bruh, you're just like for me. You're just like me for real. Oh, the only time I truly crave peace, okay? The only time that I truly crave peace is if I take a CBD gummy and I'm relaxing and I'm thinking about my vagus nerve, you know, your central nerve. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna Google vagus nerve real quick. And I think about how much of my time I've spent in a fight or flight reflex. And I'm like, that's probably taken years off of my life. Apparently the vagus nerve literally shoots down into the rest of your body, especially your stomach and your vital organs. At least that's the video that I saw. And so if your vagus nerve is constantly firing in stress mode, you're basically always in fight or flight. And so regulating the vagus nerve, actually getting it to calm down is huge for like PTSD and anxiety relief and shit. And so basically like if I rip a CBD gummy, wink, then I basically like I need to chill. And watching chain flail mine clearing vehicles is not a great way to relax my vagus nerve. Anyways, straight up post-apocalyptic machinery. I know, right? Isn't it sick? Helldivers 2 community stream when? Honestly, man, honestly, I kind of want to do the cooperative Space Marine 2 playthrough, and I kind of want to do the cooperative, what do you call it? Cooperative, God damn it. Why can't I think of it? I'm sorry for taking the Lord's name in vain. Dark Tide. I want to do a cooperative Dark Tide. But Helldivers is also a really popular cooperative game. And so I borderline wonder if a cooperative Helldivers 2, I wonder if there would be more community members who wanted to do like a cooperative Helldivers 2 night than there would be a Space Marine or Dark Tide night. But I would want to do a Space Marine or Dark Tide night for sure. So, yeah. Patriarch says, I just got Space Marine 2 for free. Well, I mean, that's pretty based. It's pretty based. All right. Let me just read this, and then we'll get going. Sikake, true. I feel like the military is just having fun at this point. I mean, that's what I think. A few people are going to die for them to have fun, but they're going to have a lot of fun. I feel like, yeah, I'm trying to work here, and you are making it difficult. My apologies, a.k.a. Batusai. Crusader says, be right back. Got to go do some florist stuff. Have fun. I prefer BPD gummies. Excellent. Okay, my live stream is over. What is happening here? Oh, Jen Winkler, we checked out your shit for a few minutes. We checked out your statement in the Louisiana thing, and what I was going to say is like, okay, so you're doubling the fines or tripling the fines for the people who are ditching boats in the Mississippi Delta. How are we removing the metal trash and collapsed, rotting boats from the Mississippi Delta? Because that seems like that's its own fight. North is Live says, you looking forward to the Hutch Destiny debate tonight? Oh, shit. I'm not on that? That's some bullshit. That's some bullshit. I thought it was a 2... Somebody was saying that there's a 2v2 with Hutch and an unknown person, Destiny, and somebody else. I thought that was a meme. I didn't know that was happening. Is that happening for real? Is that happening? I mean, that'll be breakdown content tomorrow, obviously. So, yeah. I'll do Dark Tide or Space Marine 2. Excellent. Excellent. I'm down for Helldivers if you're down for a bad player who exclusively uses flamethrowers. Sure. Yeah. I don't think you need to be good. I don't think you need to be good. Anyways, let me do a little intro so we can get into some silly, stupid drama. So, hi guys, welcome to Counterpoints. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran. I would argue a real Republican, and I got a little bit of drama dumbness for you today, okay? So, I'm going to try to break this down for you real quick. There's a guy named Ethan Klein. He's been doing YouTube for like 15 years, maybe 20 years, and he's a wildly successful podcaster. He runs the H3H3 Productions. Then there's Hasan Piker, who is one of the largest political streamers in the Western world, and he's a leftist. He's a socialist or a communist. He does apologia for China. He does apologia for 20th century, communist regimes. He's in Cuba right now. He's delivering aid to the communist or the people of Cuba because there's an embargo from the United States against Cuba that screwed up their energy infrastructure, and as a result, people are hurting pretty bad. And I actually don't really have a beef with like the aid. This is actually the kind of stuff that we normally call socialists and communists out on. Like, normally with socialists and communists, we're like, well, the global proletariat is suffering, so why don't you take some of your wealth and help out the global proletariat if you care about them so much? And then when they go help out the global proletariat, we're like, no, not like that. It's pretty funny. Like, I understand like socialists and communists really probably do feel stuck between a rock and a hard place, because if they don't help the global proletariat, they get criticized for never helping. If they do help the global proletariat, then they're like, well, if you love the global proletariat so much, why don't you live in Cuba? You know, they really can't win, at least with their critics, they can't win. But anyways, the point is, this has kicked off a little bit of a drama because Sleepy is a daily commentary YouTuber. He just kind of yaps about whatever's happening in the drama space. Well, Ethan Klein, Jew. I know I said that weird. I'm fucking around, I promise. But Ethan Klein, Jew, Hasan Piker, Muslim, have been beefing over the Israel-Palestine conflict for a while. And Ethan Klein has been criticizing the shit out of Hasan Piker for a long time because they used to be co-hosts, they used to be friends, now they're no longer friends, and they talk shit about each other all the time. Nicholas Diorio, a lot of people in commentary have effectively said he's a large physically and large algorithmically drama commentator. He's become a orbiter of Ethan Klein that criticizes Hasan Piker. Right? And so Sleepy is ripping it apart and breaking it down for us and taking a Hassan sympathetic view. I'm going to allow him to do so. Now, Kem Fandango says, why the fuck does his jaw look like that? And I'm just going to say, pick a fucking lane, man. All right? Lots of dudes have incredibly soft jaws. Is this guy's jaw too hard? Absolutely. Does he have a small face compared to his hard jaw? Absolutely. Would I like to have as hard of a jaw as that? Maybe. So, oh my God. Fashion 40 with the 5 says, Connor, it is happening, and I don't know the dude. That's why I said random for fuck's sake. I don't even know what I said that prompted that super chat, but thank you for the super chat.
Content creators on the face of the platform who has been obsessed with farming Hasan Piker content. Now at the time,
let me go ahead and do a volume booster real quick. I'll fix it in post. Don't worry. I'll fix it
that I
in
had
post.
made this yesterday, we covered one of the most brain dead content creators on the face of the Yesterday, we covered one of the most brain-dead content creators on the face of the platform who has been obsessed with farming Hasan Piker content. Now, at the time that I had made this video, of his last 9 videos that he'd uploaded, 8 of them were on Hasan Piker. I'd like to update you that today he's made it 9 out of 10. Somebody pointed this out, but I have no idea how somebody can finally be over and then finally done and then finally done 3 times in a week. I like to think that when I add captions to my titles that they're relatively, accurate. They're not too sensationalist. Like, I think Asmongold is a loser creep weirdo. I think Anissa can be a little insane. I think Pyro needed to respond now, okay? I think it is so over. I think the dating scene is black-pilled. Honestly, I don't care too much about the thumbnails. I do think it's funny that this guy popped off on his Mr. Beast video and decided to make every other thumbnail for the rest of his life this like gray background, red text. He's done. Finally over. It's done. He's over. The end. Finally done. Like, okay, bro, we get it. Ladies, would you say he's mogging? But today we go from discussing this guy who, where's his...
That dude needs to, this guy, foreign Indian dude, I don't think is, if he's Indian, I don't know what he is, but foreign Indian dude, if he just lifted weights, I think he'd do okay. I like the Jufro haircut. I like the glasses. I think the beard is a little bit patchy, so maybe, you know, chop it down into sideburns and then just have like a mustache and goatee. I actually like the mustache and goatee. He just needs to lift weights. What's wrong with this? I wouldn't hate on this dude for this look. Well, that's very rude, Chalipi. Very rude.
Watch far too high up his wrist, to another Hassan cockwatcher who can hardly wrap a watch around his wrist. That's right, we're watching our favorite obese 5'6" Italian, Nicholas Diorio. Take it away.
Saying he's required by law to stay in a 5-star hotel in Cuba while wearing, what was this, fairly expensive sunglasses. We've seen them before.
I was saying.
Fairly expensive sunglasses. Where have I heard a story about expensive sunglasses before? Now, obviously, as you guys know, I already talked about Hassan staying in the 5-star resort, and we found out that, I mean, it costs about $100 to $500.
Just Julius says, how much do I need to donate you in order to get you to watch The Last Republican? $5. But I'm gonna watch this first. I'm not saying no to The Last Republican, and you don't need to give me that much. If you're really passionate about me watching The Last Republican, I'll watch it on stream, or I'll watch it in general. But, you know, depending on what you want, if you want me to watch it on stream, I just, I need my slop, man. I need some slop, dude. Everything's so fucking serious. Everything's so fucking serious right now. And I do love chain flail minesweepers. I do love C-A-10 warthogs. I do love fighting over Karg Island, both in Battlefield and in real life. I do like that the Marines are going to get like a random amphibious assault under their belts, you know. And somebody said, oh, there was a bunch of amphibious operations in a little bit more serious, you know. But I need some stupidity along with my geopolitical military analysis. So, I got nuked. What's wrong? On my end, everything's still going. Are we nuked? Black? Black? What's wrong with being back? Oh, back. Okay. Did we get copyright strike for watching something weird? Because this shouldn't be copyright. This shouldn't be copyright. I'm trying to think. Did we watch something that was copyright? Maybe it was like some of the flail tank documentary footage or something. It's lagging. It's a slideshow now. Well, shit, I'm not doing anything. Can you hear me? Okay, let's try to interact real quick. So I'm going to clap. I just clapped, but my shit is being handled. You're saying we're back? I'm just going to assume we're back. Anchorman? Maybe Anchorman. Okay, cool. Back to it. So all I was doing before we got so rudely interrupted by copyright bullshit, all I was really saying is I need some silly shit every now and then. So Hasan Piker going to Cuba in order to do a humanitarian mission and, you know, getting criticized for it, and Nicholas Diorio not knowing enough to really criticize him well, and then Sleepy saying that Nicholas Diorio is a H3 Productions cock sleeve who doesn't know what he's talking about. That's great content for me. So Fashion 40 with a 2 says Last Republican is a watch on stream thing. And then Just Julius for 10 says watch The Last Republican now, please. You can still have my money if you don't, but I'd be very happy. We will do it either at the end of this stream, once I get done with Sleepy, or we'll do it tomorrow, depending on how much time we have. Okay? I promise I'll watch it either today or tomorrow.
There's no tourism in the area right now. This fixation on the 5-star hotel point really doesn't matter to me. But to these guys, it's everything. I mean, you have to think about it, right? There's not too much you can, on the surface, criticize Hassan for. These types, these like low IQ, hypocrisy searching people, the thing that they thrive on, the thing that a Nick Diorio, a Pegasus, the thing that they thrive on is hypocrisy. I mean, what was his defense of his Anissa take, right? When he thought that Anissa's impression was offensive, he decided to leave a Reddit post and say, oh, it's hypocritical because she's a leftist. And it's exactly the strategy with Hassan. Oh, you have expensive hat. You have expensive glasses. I thought you were a communist. I haven't watched any of Diorio's coverage.
Okay, I'm gonna break this down because I think Sleepy is actually smart enough to understand this shit. So I'm gonna break it down in a non-dumb way because I do have similar criticisms of socialists and communists. This is the non-dumb way of criticizing socialists and communists, I think. Socialists want the decommodification of basic human needs and workers to own the means of production because they think that humanity in its current state is enslaved. We do not engage in voluntary transactions because our need for food, shelter, and water is so compulsory that it forces us to participate in the capitalist market, right? We are forced to, through the demands of nature and capitalism itself, to participate in an economic system that doesn't necessarily benefit us, or even to the degree with which it benefits us, it does not benefit us proportionally because we have this entire upper class of people who run society who have wealth you could not imagine. They can buy and sell and buy. They could probably have human slaves if they wanted to and get away with it. They could buy rare exotic meats from endangered species and slaughter them. They could go to China and get, weirdly enough, ironically, China, and get like harvested organs and extend their lives for decades. There are truly ultra rich people in the Western world that are so rich it's bordering on immoral because of how little the average person has in comparison to them. But let's just take that argument on its face value. If you believe that humanity is currently enslaved, that we are slaves to the economic system, and that this is an immoral way of functioning, then how, if you were somebody who had tons of cash that you could use to free other human beings, you could emancipate other human beings from the slavery of capitalism by giving them food, water, and shelter, and you have so much fucking money that you could literally set dozens of people free from our immoral system, why don't you, instead of buying luxury cars and luxury hats and luxury mansions? Because the point is, if it really is this moral extreme that we can compare the evilness of capitalism and its exploitation to the chattel slavery of the 19th century in America, why the fuck are you buying a $250,000 car when with $250,000 you could set 5 working class families free? It's like having a fucking abolitionist in the 19th century and they have like, they're generationally wealthy. And when they're like, hey, why don't you use your generational wealth in order to help out the Underground Railroad? There's organizations that help people emancipate themselves from the slavery in the South, and you're a pretty vocal abolitionist, and yet you spend your money on fucking bullshit, right? I think I've belabored this point sufficiently that it should be understood.
Like I have a timestamp and I've seen like 2 or 3 clips, but the arguments are like super predictable. I mean, we watched the Pegasus video. Pegasus and Diorio basically make the same content, but in different formats. One's a live streamer, one's a video maker, but we'll call some of the arguments. So the first one's going to be, why are you staying in a 5-star hotel? Why are you doing that? Number 2 is going to be a comment on the price of his accessories and his clothing. Obviously we saw the clip of his glasses already. And then our third one is going to be something to do with Hassan is the reason that people don't have power in Cuba right now. And again, I'm not going to stress the point because I fucking repeated it a million times yesterday. I doubt Diorio is going to say anything about the US blockade of fuel to Cuba, but we'll see what happens.
Saying tourism is the lifeline for the Cuban economy as it stands currently.
Do you know how bad this Hasan Piker trip is for like optics?
Tell me, Diorio, how bad is it for optics? How bad is it that he's going to Cuba alongside a flotilla, offering as much coverage and basically hyping up the situation as possible, driving attention, driving eyeballs, perhaps driving donations? Let me know how bad it is optically while you sit in your house, okay, with your $600 sunglasses, remember those, and your little fucking watch that you bought because H3 has one. Tell me how bad it is optically. And then after you tell me how bad it is optically, tell me about a cause that since you've been a content creator, you've used your platform to increase the viewership of, or increase the donations that are going towards that. Let me know if there's ever been a country in crisis that you care about that you went and traveled to try and assist. And by the way,
okay, unfortunately, I agree with Sleepy here. Okay, I really do. So I actually think this is the least bad thing that Hasan Piker has probably ever done. Okay? Flying into, I don't know the requirements for staying in certain hotels. I really don't know, nor do I give a shit, okay? Nor do I give a shit at all. If hundreds of thousands, tens of thousands of dollars gets donated to Cuba, if they actually bring food, water, Starlink terminals, whatever, to Cubans in order to alleviate some of the suffering of the Cuban people, then they are putting their money where their mouth is. They might not be trying to emancipate the suffering of the proletarian masses through this, because this is such a small effort in comparison to the suffering of the global proletarian masses. However, it is an attempt to alleviate the suffering of human beings. And so I do think it's kind of fucking stupid to think that going to earnestly attempt to alleviate the suffering of human beings is a bad move. I think that's stupid as fuck. And one of the things that kind of does bug me about commentary a little bit, in reference to Nicholas Diorio and his rampant materialism, Chud Logic and his rampant materialism, although Chud's a working class guy, so I'm not knocking him that hard. But like, when he says, none of my money is ever going to anything good. It's going in my pocket, and if you don't like that, fuck you. Now, I think what that does is it basically sets an expectation with your audience like, oh, okay, I'm just giving him money for the meme, so it's not that big of a deal. I shouldn't take this content so seriously. And if he spends it on himself, it's not a big deal, whatever. And it kind of sets this expectation that if you get a little bit materialistic as you become successful in the industry, people are not expecting you to be a Christ-like figure who gives up all of your material possessions for the benefit of your chat. But clearly there's a middle ground here, which probably means be rich as fuck, be successful, make tons of money, but then chip off some of your wealth in order to help out the causes that you say that you care about. That's clearly the middle ground. So, Sleepy is correct. Hassan, this is the least shitty thing Hassan has done probably in his life.
Oreo, I know you're a fat fuck. I know you can't walk around. I know you can't party because people bully you. Okay, I get it. I totally understand. And that's why I don't expect you to leave your room to do this. You can stream from your room and just talk about the situation while you're in that country. Have you ever done that? I don't think so. But yes, let's hear about how Hassan, using his platform to drive attention towards the crisis in Cuba right now, how that's bad optics. Let's find out.
Because I'm the optics guy. I'm going to tell you how bad it is, okay? When you've got, and I shit you not, when you've got Xander Hall retweeting shit about how the average annual salary in Cuba is $156 and that Hasan Piker's Cartier glasses are $1,300.
Phenomenal. You're a communist, but you buy expensive glasses? What the fuck? All right, so we've got the.
Okay, I've already done my rant. I think Sleepy could appreciate my rant. I don't need to repeat my rant. Also, Xanderhal has been like a #1 fucking hater of Hasan Piker for a long time. I think he used to hate Hassan because he sucked up all the energy, money, time, attention, and clout in the left-wing sphere. I think he has come to, Xanderhal, the creator, has come to hate Hasan Piker, not only for him sucking all the air out of the room and all the money, clout, and attention, but also because there are obviously like hypocritical, unoptical, America bad, third worldist, anti-imperial fucking rants that Hassan has gone on that are optically fucking horrible. There are things that Hasan Piker does that are optically horrible that damage the left, but, you know, once again, I don't trust Xanderhal's judgment to know when you should attack Hasan Piker and when you shouldn't. And once again, I think bitching about this guy's already a hypocrite because of his wealth. Okay, we knew that. He's currently going to help the people of Cuba. That's good. Even if you don't like Hassan, that's good.
Communist hypocrisy point out the gate. Well done, Diorio. I swear these guys are just mad this guy has drip. Like, that's all it is. Good looking guy.
Nah, Sleepy. Now you're taking it too far. If you were a chattel slavery abolitionist who was rich as fuck, and then you spent your wealth on like a custom wagon, like let's say, hold up. Let's do like an ornate carriage. Ornate horse carriage. Let's say that there was like a prison abolitionist in the 19th century. Okay, not prison abolitionist, excuse me, slavery abolitionist. And he was like, chattel slavery in the South is the worst thing on the planet. It's evil. It needs to be destroyed. Okay? Enslaving human beings is the most evil thing that you can do, and it is a blight on humanity's soul. And then by constantly preaching about the evils of slavery, this person becomes insanely wealthy, right? And then he has the opportunity to take his wealth and, like I said, prop up the Underground Railroad in order to help escaped slaves, you know, run away from chattel slavery. Or he has the opportunity to take his individual wealth and even just buy slaves and set them free. And then instead, he buys a gold-plated horse carriage that is worth 100 chattel slaves. And then you're like, hey man, isn't it kind of fucked up that you talk about like chattel slavery being like the most fucked up thing on the planet, and yet when you had an opportunity to free dozens of slaves, you chose instead to spend your money on a gold-plated horse carriage? And then somebody like Sleepy, no offense Sleepy, but Sleepy walks up and he's like, you're just mad that he has drip. And it's like, no, bitch. Like, I'm fucking mad because he said he cares about a thing and he doesn't work towards ending that thing when he has ample opportunity to do so. So I don't believe him. I think he's a liar, and I think you're a fucking idiot for believing him.
With drip, they're like, how fucking dare you? You're a communist. You're supposed to
It's not about the drip, dude. You could go to the thrift store and have drip.
Be ugly and poor. Like, dude, I'm sorry. If the guy was ugly and poor, they'd make fun of him for being ugly and poor. But because he's a rich Chad that fucking dresses well, they're like, this communist, he's going against his principles.
When Xanderhal is retweeting the socialist meme.
You know what's funny? Is that your big point that you're making here is Xanderhal's point.
Something bad, something dramatically bad is occurring right now in your career.
What is bad about Hassan's career right now? His viewership? Like, by any metric that Nick Diorio would care about for himself, Hassan is succeeding. He's making money. He's getting bitches. He's getting viewership. I don't know. The guy's fucking traveling around, taking a hit to the content, probably taking a hit on viewership to go do a little passion project out in Cuba. You can have some respect for that. What is the idea that like Hassan is losing here? ever.
Dude, these guys have been fighting the Hasan Piker house allegations for like 5 fucking years, all right?
I don't think anyone cares. I think the only people that care are like Diorio and H3 viewers. Like, they expect him to give up all his worldly possessions. Like, I don't know what to tell you, bro. That's not realistic. Hassan, why did you buy a mansion that makes your life so much more awesome? You get to live in this cool place with the money you earned from stream. Why are you doing that, Hassan? That's so bad. Meanwhile, like, you'll never catch Diorio asking like, hey, Hila, like, I watched this podcast clip. Like, why did you volunteer to go onto a raid in Ramallah while you were in the IDF? Like, why?
Dude, okay. This is the other thing that pisses me the fuck off, because it actually does show like a genuine ignorance of the way people's brains work. So, also like genuine ignorance of the American military. So, and I know she served in the Israeli military, allow me to expand. So, when you're a part of a nation state, so nation being a people, state being a government, and a country being a geographic location, in some areas of the world, it's expected that you will sacrifice for the general well-being of the nation state and country. And in Israel, they have a compulsory draft. So that means that at 18 years old, I think it's 2 years, somebody could correct me in chat, but effectively every military-aged man and woman who does not have an overwhelming disability, an overwhelming physical or mental disability, must, MUST, complete compulsory military service in the state of Israel and under threat of incarceration. If you say, I'm a conscientious objector, I have religious objections, I have this, I have that, there's probably a few caveats that have been carved out legally, but realistically, if you don't meet those caveats, or if a court believes that you don't meet those caveats, you go to fucking jail or prison. That's the situation in Israel. So if you were born in Israel, you're raised with Zionist propaganda, which, by the way, I'm not even saying that as an invective. I'm saying that descriptively. You're raised on the narrative that a third of our people were wiped out. We escaped to America and Israel. We have enemies on all sides who have tried to kill us a half dozen to a dozen times over the course of the past century. We are reliant on young Israelis being willing to fight and die for our country in order to perpetuate our existence. Therefore, when you turn 18, it's your patriotic duty to serve 2.5 years in the military. And if you don't do it, you're going to jail or prison. Then you're probably, if you're raised in that society, you're like, yeah, we almost got wiped out a century ago. We almost got wiped out. A third of our population was wiped out 100 years ago. We've been almost invaded and slaughtered half a dozen to a dozen times. I love my neighbors. I love my friends. I love my family. I don't want them to die. I want to defend them. I'm going to enlist in the military. And so, because Hila Klein is a female, and she's probably smart, she ends up getting a POG administrative job, a person other than grunt administrative job. But the truth is, most young people do think about violence. They think about, if a serious situation happened, would I have the capacity to engage in righteous violence? Right? If somebody breaks into my home, am I going to be able to defend myself? Am I going to be able to kill them? If somebody tries to rape me, will I be able to kill them? If there was a military invasion, will I be able to kill them? If there was a criminal who was trying to take my life, do I have the stones, willpower, and strength to take their life before they take mine? It's a primarily male thought. I'll admit that it's probably more masculine coded than it is female coded, but I think if you're raised in a military-oriented society, it's entirely possible that a female would think about that. And so Hila Klein, raised in that militarist society, raised with that existential narrative, she hears that the infantry is going out in order to take out terrorists in Ramallah. And terrorists in Israel 100% exist. During the 2000s, they were bombing random civilian buses. That's probably when Hila Klein was in service. There are knife attacks in the West Bank all the time. And there are men, women, and children of all ages, all fucking demeanors, who have been killed in these knife attacks. So if you were given the opportunity to take a gun and go raid somebody's house who had a knife, who was about to go, or a gun, and they had plans to go slaughter indiscriminately random civilians, Would you not do it? And why are you morally impugned for that motivation? You could criticize the entire existence of the state of Israel, but how is that Gila Klein's fault? Why is the existence of the state of Israel Gila Klein's fault? Why is that defensive psychology Gila Klein's fault? Why is that patriotic sense Gila Klein's fault? It's fucking stupid as shit. And it's really like lefty, I'll use an ableist slur, lefty retarded fucking ignorance of military service and of nation states and of historical conflict that allows them to say this and then laugh about it. It's truly like sub 80 IQ bullshit. I do not think Sleepy is a stupid man, but I do think he's kind of a fucking idiot for buying this talking point hook, line, and sinker. Anyways.
Why'd you do that?
Hasan Piker house allegations for like 5 fucking years, all right? They're now aligned with everybody else.
Am I smoking crack? What is the point he's making there? Hold on.
Dude, like what you're saying is fair, but I think she just rode in the back of a vehicle. It's not like she shot a kid. What if she shot a kid who was charging her with a fucking knife? Is that her fault? And by the way, we're using kid loosely. When we collectively use the word kid, we're assuming like pre-adolescent. But bear in mind, a lot of these fuckers use kid to describe anybody under the age of 18. So if a 17-year-old is charging you with a fucking knife and you shoot them to death, you're guilty of killing a child. That's how they talk about this shit.
Something bad, something dramatically bad is occurring right now in your career. Dude, these guys have been fighting the Hasan Piker house allegations for like 5 fucking years, all right? They're now aligned with everybody else.
Oh, they're saying Xander Hall switched. Who cares? No disrespect to Xander Hall, but like, I'm not taking financial advice from Xander Hall. You seen the state of his life right now? Like, God.
I'll do the girly thing. Do they say facts? What do they say? What do the Gen Alpha Zoomer girls say when they do this shit? Do they say facts? Somebody tell me.
Lee, is that who you want to live like? You want to be like Xander Hall? I don't think Xander Hall's opinion has ever like entered the equation for my mind ever. I don't think anyone should really care about what Xander Hall has to say.
The government has very limited resources, and
Oh, by the way, people are saying they're not even nice. Dude, if I'm spending near $1,000 on glasses, they better have speakers in them. I could not imagine buying
Are we serious? Are we fucking serious?
Designer sunglasses that are literally just fucking sunglasses. Maybe I'm
Bro, you spent 600. How are you just, what is going on with the Oreo? Is this guy developing like Alzheimer's? Like, what do you mean you wouldn't spend a lot of money on fucking sunglasses? Are you joking? You, not only would you spend a lot of money on sunglasses, you'd let some fucking guy take them off your face and walk away. What is this? You're like, listen to this shit.
You bro, I'm not gonna shake your hand.
And he comes back over and he goes, "Oh, they're prescription. You can have them back." I'm like, "Yeah, thanks for my $600 glasses, asshole."
Yeah, but if you
what the fuck? Like, you added that detail unnecessarily to the podcast so that you sounded more cool. Like, you clearly think materialism is cool. You clearly think that spending more money on products is cool. That's why you said $600 glasses. You're emphasizing that the expense of the glasses is cool. So I really don't get this take where you're like, I can't believe Hassan spent $1,000 on glasses. Like, bro, you're
Gen X in chat says, does this guy like Hassan or does he hate Nicholas DiOrio? I think he hates Nicholas DiOrio more than he likes Hassan, to his credit. But I found the same attitude in Chud sometimes, although he will be like, Hasan Piker's a fucking idiot and doesn't know what he's talking about, so fuck him. Like, he'll like throw that in every now and then. But with Queeman, it's the same thing, man. And I think Queeman will say, like, Hassan's a fucking retard, so fuck him. But there is this, like, thing where because the hatred of Hassan is so over-milked, and because the people who hate Hassan themselves are so bad, like, there's a creator named Tectone who had apparently a pretty toxic, maybe physically or sexually abusive relationship with a goth e-girl called Peachy 2 or some shit like that. And she successfully got a restraining order against him and he got his guns taken away. So that's like one of the critics of Hasan Piker. And it's like, and also his dad was like a prolific military sexual assaulter. And so it's like, if you got, you know, semi-reasonable sexual assault allegations against you, and your dad was one of the most prolific sexual assaulters in U.S. military history, maybe you're not like the arbiter of moral virtue, and people shouldn't listen to you about your criticisms of Hasan Piker. And then same thing with Nux Taku or whatever. Nux Taku is doing like the anti-degenerate grift now, which is totally fine. I don't have if people genuinely change over time, I don't have a problem with that. But I think the problem that a lot of commentary has with Nux Taku, and you're like, Connor, who the fuck are these people? I know, I'm explaining it to you. Nux Taku is a VTuber, so he has a cartoon avatar. And he used to bring people onto his show in order to look at fucked up hentai in order to make them uncomfortable. But then he would also post the original links to the hentai to his teenage audience. So he was promoting sexual degeneracy to teenagers. And then he's kind of just said like, oh, I disavow all that old content. It's bad. It's not as bad as people say it is, but it's still pretty bad. I disavow. And then he just kind of walked away. Whereas if he wanted to be like a Christian anti-degenerate crusader, you kind of have to atone for your sins a little bit, and Nux Taku never has. So I do understand that angle of frustration from commentary people who feel like Hassan's critics are some of the worst people on earth, and they make a mountain out of a molehill because Hassan is bad. I understand that part of the calculation. Gilded Poo? What's your name? Gilded Poop. Hey, Connor, if Loner Boxer Destiny got a paid trip to Israel and invited you as a +1, knowing it would include propaganda, would you go? Yeah. You fucking shitting my balls? I get to go to Israel, and it's paid, and I get to party, and I get to hang out, and I get to do military-industrial complex fucking propaganda? Absolutely. Now, that being said, I'm still going to throw some elbows like the Israelis' way. I'm going to be like, hey, did you really need to blow up 80% of the buildings in Gaza? Did you know, how's the new construction that you're promising in the Rafah area? How's that going? What's the timeline on the new construction in Rafah? Hey, you know, what's going on with those West Bankers? What's going on with those settlements over there? You know, like, yeah, I would 100% take the paid propaganda vacation. I would just fucking throw some elbows.
You're almost there. You're almost there. He probably has better taste. And you know, the difference with Hassan is that Hassan can argue that this is a business expense. He bought these glasses as, you know, something for the stream, okay? You can't even do that. That's straight out of pocket because your bitch ass is too pussy to put a camera on your streams. But yeah, let's hear more about the glasses.
I'm totally off on that. The only glasses I'm spending that much money on literally have a fucking screen and they're not even that much money.
American government makes it illegal.
Yeah. Good one, bro. Good one. Awesome fucking stuff from Dioria. Amazing content he's got here.
For Americans.
Dude, for $800, which is a total ripoff, you can get like the top of the line glasses that you could plug your Switch into and have a fucking...
Lil bro, you just said you spent... Anyways, okay. Enough on the glasses. Fucking hell.
10-foot screen.
Thank you for trying to move on, Sleepy, from the glasses. Don't care about the glasses. Let's move into the next thing.
Fucking Jim, you fat fuck. Why are you worried about Mario Kart on your glasses when you're taking the train? Ride a bike. Lose some fucking weight. By the way, I know...
I'm sorry. I'm with Sleepy again. Listen, man, I got a little bit of extra weight. We all got a little bit of extra weight, all right? But this is the kind of bullying energy that we need. We do need when you're like, I'm going to get Mario Kart. I would never spend $1,300 on glasses. The only way that I'm spending $1,300 on glasses is if I get to play Mario Kart while I'm commuting to my job. And then somebody just comes out of nowhere because you're fucking like, you know, 400 pounds. And they're like, go take a lap, bitch. You don't need to play any more Mario Kart. That's funny to me. That's funny to me. That's fun. Dude, I got an extra 10 pounds I could lose. That's still funny.
You're a Rangers fan and we ripped to your team last night. Motherfucker is inserting fucking, you can play Nintendo on the train. Shut the fuck up, bro. You're so fucking fat and gross. Like,
no, too far. We're all fat and gross, but bullying people to work out is fine. God damn it.
Bro, this guy's got like 1 billion pinball machines in his fucking garage, dude. If you're overweight, chat, if you're overweight and you're talking to me about fucking Nintendo, I need you to never fucking, don't ever bring that shit up around me ever again. Don't fucking lose the weight. Talk about Nintendo later. By the way, this isn't even
bro, dude. There was this time where people were talking to me about console games, and I was bouncing between like 50 and 100 viewers, and I had like 80 viewers, and somebody brought up console video games, and I went on a 3-minute rant about how I didn't want my kids to play a shitload of Nintendo. And also I thought Nintendo, through its like cartoony sexification of like random children's characters, if you're like a Nintendo addict, it almost guaranteed you that you were going to be a sex freak as an adult. And I swear to God, I lost like 30 people. There were 30 people that were so offended by me calling them sex freaks for liking Nintendo as their primary platform that I lost like 20% of my audience. It was, I regret nothing.
body shaming. This is like a mentality thing. I'm gonna be so for real for a second. In life, there's gonna be a lot of things that you need to do. You need to get a job, you need to make money, you need to buy a house, you want to have your kids, all this shit. And a big thing that people talk about is like strengthening your mind and sharpening the tools in your brain. Okay,
chat can do the funniest thing right now.
Undeniably important, and one of the very important tools that you can develop is discipline. Let's just face it here. Diorio is a materialist, undisciplined slob. Like, I'm not a pro body shaming person, okay? Like, I don't think you should go up to random people that you don't know and be like, yeah, you ugly body, or even some person that you do know, okay? And think that that's like the type of way that you should, talk to someone. But like, when I hear Diorio giving like moral prescriptions to people and talking about how people live their lives, like, I can't help but think this is like some 5'6" obese freak that like played hockey growing up and he's too big now, so he can't fucking put on the skates properly or his ankles are swell up. Like, listen, Unc, you're almost 30, bro. There's a saying, like, the body you have at 40 is the body you have for the rest of your life. Fuck, bro. Like, every day I thank my lucky stars I don't look like Diorio. But as a prescription to the audience,
I'm all right with this. I'm all right with this. I'm all right with this motherfucker being like, okay, you don't need to like mog and or shame fat motherfuckers for being fat. But, like, if you're a fucking slob and you're criticizing other people, you need to get your shit together a little bit. I'm okay with that.
This is like completely void of hatred, okay, and things that I feel about people we discuss on this channel. You as a person should think, especially from your 20s, 30s, and as you get into your 40s, how can I give myself the best, deck of cards to age into, okay? Like, how do I give myself the best hand that I can play with? Like, on the one hand, physically, you're gonna feel so much better not being an overweight freak, okay? On the flip side, mentally, do you know how like you can't even imagine the difference it will make for you mentally? And I'm not saying starve yourself.
Dude, this guy's a fucking gym cell. I'm okay with it. Like, honestly, this is just like the United States military doing war crimes and then being like, but Connor, we did it in a cool way. And I'm like, you get a pass. That's kind of like this dude being fat phobic. And, I know fat phobia is like a gay term or whatever, but like, it's him being fat phobic where he's like, go work out, you fat, disgusting freak. And then he rolls it back and he's like, no. I'm not trying to attack all overweight people. I'm just trying to say, don't throw stones in glass houses. And also you should get your shit together physically. I'm okay with that. He's doing a war crime. He's doing a fat phobic war crime but he's doing it in a way that I accept.
I'm saying get on a strong weightlifting cardio program, fix up your diet, give it a year or two. Like the change you can make in a year is unfucking believable. Anyways,
I did start eating a lot of vegetables recently, so I'm actually pretty okay with that. Fatsimo says, Connor, have you ever seen Slugs by Connor O'Malley? Is that a song or is that a political video?
more to say on that topic, but tangent over. As it relates to Diorio, I just think he's like everything he says and the way he thinks about things and the way that like he's become this like H3 orbiter specifically for money, like it all reeks of a lack of discipline and self-belief. Like I need this big planet to orbit so that I can you know get some shekels here and there. Like Diorio had already reached 100k subs on his main channel. Like he had been successful in spurts. And the funniest thing, what is something that Diorio had spoken about so much in 2024 is that streaming was a part-time gig because he had a full-time job. So the guy already had money doing his job. He had the money coming in from his channel, you know, doing the Mama Mac stuff and all the stuff he had done video essays in the past. And still, despite having a successful channel, making money outside of YouTube, he still decided to sell out. It's embarrassing. Again,
yeah, sorry. I'm gonna go on a diatribe real quick. Somebody said, "What? The sexification of Nintendo characters? What are you talking about?" Dude, you cannot tell me that there isn't freak shit going on in fucking Nintendo sex communities when Bowsette exists. Okay? You cannot tell me that Nintendo people are not sex freaks when Bowsette exists. So let's take a look at Bowser. All right, let's take a look at Bowser real quick. Bowser. So Bowser is a giant lizard. He's chunky, you know, he's a little thick. He's muscular, but he's also thick. And he's got a turtle shell and a spike, and he's got claws, and he's got a tail. But I cannot think of something that I would not want to have sex with more. This is probably like top 20 of things I don't want to have sex with is Bowser, okay? And yet Nintendo people were like, well, what if we gender swapped Bowser and then made him thick with 2 C's? Would you want to have sex with a female Bowser? And then they made Bowsette, okay? There is something going on here that's weird. Okay? It's fucking weird. It's weird to see a fucking 8-foot tall lizard creature and be like, what if I transed the lizard creature into being a hot, thick lizard sex icon? There's something, you're weird. You're weird. And if an alt girl dressed like that and talked to me, if I was a 19-year-old single man, maybe I would be incredibly happy. But I do expect that relationship to explode and for her to be a total fucking psycho. Okay? Yeah. Yeah. You got, okay. Everybody's getting it. Everybody understands. Okay. How is Rule 34 Nintendo's responsibility, Connor? Excuse me. You think the people who made Rule 34 Nintendo characters aren't fans of Nintendo? You think that's not coming from the Nintendo community? Bullshit. Okay, talk to a Nintendo person for fucking 30 seconds and tell me that they're not going to be into some weird sex shit. Okay? Anyways, I rest my case.
As I said just a second ago, it's a clear lack of discipline, a clear lack of self-belief. Like it lacks principles. And now he's stuck in this position where this is his bread and butter and there's no way out. There's no way that you can like reverse course on all of these beliefs because you tank your audience, and any new audience that you would even seek to get doesn't trust you. They know what kind of fucking liar you are. They know that you're not loyal to the truth or loyal to your opinions, you're loyal to the dollar. And at the end of the day, I guess he can just flex on me and say, yeah, I made $300,000 last year. I mean, hey man, if that's it, if that's the dollar sign to sell yourself out for, you know, be my guest.
I don't know, dude. I don't get designer sunglasses.
This day
Keep scrolling through Rule 34 Bowset art. God, you guys are weird. Oh shit, BPD Bowset. You guys are wild. You guys are wilds. Yeah. Yeah, back in my day, no one knew Samus was a girl. Exactly.
Sorry. I didn't know that we were still on this. What do you mean? Anyways.
wherever they want when they're in Cuba. They have to stay in what they've declared as 5-star hotels, right? I'm telling you all this because like even the 5-star hotels are not like.
Diorio's about to explode on this fucking. He's gonna come everywhere on this 5-star hotels point. Oh my god! That's not true. That's not true, actually.
You know, they're.
Yeah, the 5-star hotel meme. Now, everybody and their mother on Twitter with no community notes that I've seen is saying that Hasan Piker did not have to stay at a fucking 5-star hotel. There were other options for him. And again, he rolled up, dude, this is another one. I'm going to show this in a bit. He rolled up with a fucking, you know the Cartier nail bracelet that I was joking about on stream? Saying that.
Anonymous chatter. Anytime anyone does anything besides 20 minutes of missionary with minimal kissing, you're doing it wrong. Oh my god. Did you guys see that that commercial where a Republican is like cock blocking a young couple? There's like a young couple about to hook up and they're like, do you have any protection? And he's like, yeah, I got it right here. And then the Republican, like a Republican in a suit is like, not so fast. And then he steals the condom. I
think it looks kind of cool. Hasan Piker has a ring of that in solid gold that he was wearing.
Yeah, of course. If my significant other dressed up as Bowset, I'm not going to say shit. But at the same time, I'm obviously going to know it's gonna implode eventually. Like
Cuba.
Don't you guys know he's a materialist? Don't you guys know that Hasan Piker, like, you know why I can call Diorio a materialist? Do you know why? Because I don't fucking care about what. I have a Garmin, okay? I have a Garmin because I run, all right? Diorio does not have a Garmin. Diorio does not run. Like, I don't understand how a guy who buys these luxury watches, who buys the $600 glasses that he lets people take off his face, okay? I don't know how you're out here criticizing Hassan for the same shit. Oh, but it's always hypocrisy hunting. It's always out here being like, oh, but he's...
Nah, this ninja knows. This ninja knows. I'm calling bullshit on this. He knows why. Capitalists make an argument that this will be another economic rant where... Excuse me. This is like a boomer story. This is like a boomer parable for why being selfish is good, and I don't believe it. By the way, I just think that this is how the boomers justify their own selfishness. So, a boomer is walking over to his like pimped out Chevy Corvette $80,000 car, and then some fucking hippie chick who's dating Sleepy walks up and says, how can you sleep at night buying that sports car? You're burning gas. You're destroying the environment. You wasted money on a vanity car. What the fuck is your problem? And then the boomer goes on like a 5-minute rant where he's like, well, just to let you know, here's all the companies that are involved in manufacturing my luxury car. And here's how much money these people get paid in these different industries manufacturing my luxury car. And therefore, me being a selfish person who bought a gas guzzling sports car with luxury shit. It's actually fed dozens of American families and international workers. Whereas, what have you done with your money? And like, I think that shit's dumb as fuck. Obviously, it's dumb as fuck. Like, we can balance between like self-pleasure, self-gratification, buying dumb shit, and also trying to take a little bit of our generated wealth and making the world an incrementally better place. There's clearly a balance between like the avarice, the greed of the boomer generation, and the fucking like poverty cult that is inherent in the left. But at the same time, like, we're never going to criticize that boomer for having nice shit. He just said, I got nice shit, go fuck yourself. Whereas Hasan Piker has said, well, leftism isn't a poverty cult, but also 90% of the world is effectively enslaved to a system that is as bad as chattel slavery. And it's like, if you believe that capitalism was as bad and as exploitative and as murderous as chattel slavery, you would spend your money different. You clearly don't believe what you're saying, or you're an idiot. Or you're a hypocrite, or you're a self-serving, narcissistic, Machiavellian piece of shit. And no matter what you are, if you're an idiot, Machiavellian, narcissistic, self-serving, whatever, Sleepy's kind of dumb for playing into that talking point. He's kind of dumb for playing into that talking point, for being like, oh, a capitalist is materialistic and a communist is materialistic. How dare the capitalist criticize a communist for being materialistic? And it's like, communism is kind of like an anti-self-interested materialist philosophy. It's actually like inherently, what is it? What's from each according to their ability and to each according to their need. It's an inherently anti-materialistic philosophy. Yeah. Sudden Patriarch says, Connor activated my trap card. So socialism is when poor? I know, dude. It's such a fucking dumb talking point. Anyways, sorry for the yap, but, you know, whatever.
He's a communist. He's a communist, don't you know?
I'm not even... It's the exact same Cartier nail bracelet I was asking about like 3 weeks ago. This guy literally has it as like a solid gold ring, and he's wearing it to Cuba.
I'm telling you all this because, like, even the 5...
Humble Parker, yeah. No, the thing is that it's becoming increasingly obvious that they're like... social democrat now. They're fucking socialist, hyper consumeristic, democracy orgy having Hasan Piker is not really living up to the dream that they had set for him.
5-star hotels.
His shirt costs $500. I've heard that it's upwards of that. Like, it's more than that.
They're not like, you know, they're...
He's performative. Yeah, he wants everyone to believe he's fighting the good fight while like reaping all the rewards. At least I'm...
Are you not allowed to reap rewards, man? Like,
Paul, I see ya. Why doesn't anybody talk about the gay of Hormuz? True.
Come on. The guy's in fucking Cuba. He's doing his part. Let the guy have some drip. Like, personally, I don't particularly care for brands specifically or the cost of something specifically. I just care about, does it look good? Is it functional? You know what I mean? Like, I also like the story of things. Like, I bought this fully stacked diamond sweater because I'm a big PewDiePie fan, okay? I was like 20 or 21. I was like, hey, let me buy myself a fully stacked diamond sweater. I always wanted some PewDiePie merch. Like, dude, I'm sure there's stuff you can get on Hassan. I just feel like these criticisms are so boring. Like, a guy goes to Cuba and is kind of like, he's doing something. Say what you will. He's doing something. It's more than whatever you've done for whatever causes you care about. He's putting eyeballs on the subject, you know? He's going out there. I mean, there's other people there too. Like, Kneecaps out there doing concerts and stuff. You know, people are bringing supplies and money and food, and you know, like, this is a big deal. This is cool. I don't understand like why there's so much hate on this specifically. Well, that's not true. I know exactly why. There's a large contingent of viewers that want to see this type of content. You know, a lot of people go, oh, like, why do you defend Hassan so much? Dude, I'm like one of the only people. There's like 5 guys that defend Hassan, and it's mainly because of the people that are criticizing Hassan. It's not even really defending Hassan. It's more so like, these are pretty shit criticisms. Like, of anything you could have said, that's what you're worried about? You're worried about his sunglasses? Like, you see these content creators like Diorio and Pegasus and Sensitive Society and Tectone. Like, all these people are on the same level doing the same thing. You know, they wake up, they look up Hasan Piker search term on Twitter, and they're like, oh, okay, that's what we're talking about today. And in the very, very small chance that they can't cover anything about Hassan because he had too quiet of a day, they'll either cover something he did last week or they'll cover iDubbbz. And again, it's about the way that these people kind of share communities, right? Like Tectone, for example. This guy was an easy topic that anyone could have made videos on, right? Sensitive Society made a video defending him. I don't know why that was the decision after he got found civilly liable for sexual assault, other than the fact that there's some crossover in that chuddy right-wing community, okay? That's probably why. On the flip side, a guy like Diorio can cover the Tectone stuff, but if H3 does something like a lawsuit that everybody disagrees with and thinks is really ratty, and then a guy like Diorio has to be like, oh, you know, I don't really agree, but like, I'm still gonna side with you on everything else, and then actually, you know what, like, fuck these people suck, like, they're terrible. All that to say, your top guy.
I'm sorry for laughing, but that is funny. It's like, I don't really agree, but like, fuck these people, you know, like, I'm not gonna lie. That's kind of my attitude with Destiny. Destiny's like, I'm gonna go scorched earth. I'm gonna find Queeman. I'm gonna kill him at his house, not in Minecraft, in real life. And I'm like, I don't like it. I'm like, that's not my vibe. You know, I'm not a fan, but, you know, fuck Queeman a little bit. Oh my God. But isn't it like also so autistic to expect people to not have biases for people that they're friendly with? Like, isn't it, you know, like I do think that there's an element of real criticism of Nicholas Diorio that he's pandering to the H3 audience, not because he truly believes it, or he partially believes it, but he also knows where his bread is buttered. Because I think he like doubled or tripled his audience over the past like 2 years by kind of like vaguely becoming an H3 orbiter. Like I think he went from like routinely like 1,000 to 2,000 live viewers to now I routinely see him posting like 4 or 5. So I think he like two and a half times his audience by kind of being an H3 like sweeper, you know, dick rider, orbiter, or whatever. And so like, I think there's like a Machiavellian aspect of it that the commentary community doesn't like, because they want the commentary community to consistently call motherfuckers out. But as an example, I think Queeman is the least allegiance motherfucker in commentary. I think he will attack anybody over anything at any point. He will be so abrasive and so rude that he risks burning the bridge, and he kind of doesn't give a fuck. And you either fuck with that or you don't fuck with that. That's like literally how Queeman conducts his relationships. And yet, despite him constantly calling out like the Destiny sweeping of like, it's bad, but what are you going to do? You know, and he also did the same shit with Nicholas Diorio when J-Stock was catching a little bit of flack for dating Sherry. He was like, yeah, they're both friends, so I'm just going to kind of like, you know, I'm going to acknowledge that it's happening, but I'm not really going to cover it, and I'm not going to be super critical because I consider both of these people my friends. That's it. It's the same shit. It's just extrapolated out further. So even Queeman, the least loyal motherfucker, simultaneously the least loyal and the most loyal to his perspective on things, even that motherfucker can be biased by friendship. So I think this is airborne kite. I hate many things about commies, but an irritating one is how they confuse finding an argument annoying or repetitive with debunking the argument. So true, dude. That's so true. Saying that shit with what is it? Socialism isn't when poor. It's like you're totally avoiding the thrust of the argument. And just saying that shit over and over again doesn't deal with the actual argument. Anyways,
can do some crazy shit, but if Hassan wears sunglasses, we're gonna find out about it, okay? Don't you know he's a communist? All right, we have another Diorio timestamp to go over.
Miami first class and endured a 30-minute.
Yeah, send Patriarch. I think that's actually true, though. You said, so if Diorio said Hassan is based for helping Cuban people, but he's cringe for the way he spends his money, yeah, I don't think Sleepy would have as much of a problem. I think that's true.
Flight on coach, stayed one night in a 5-star hotel, made tens of thousands of dollars streaming the whole ordeal, and was back in time for March Madness.
That wasn't funny. Like, I want to know what part of that did Nick Diorio think was funny? Was he like, oh my god, Ethan Klein mentioned March Madness? I'm willing to laugh at Hassan. That was just a shit joke. It didn't even feel like a joke, to be honest. But to be fair, Diorio does have to amp it up a bit. He's got to make sure... Master, I'm laughing, Master. Ethan, look at me. I'm amazing stuff. Make sure Ethan, you gotta stay in good graces of Ethan, right? Make sure the audience, Ethan's audience, let's be clear. Let's make sure that Ethan's audience knows that you're laughing at Ethan's jokes, okay? Make sure you laugh, okay? Good boy.
The whole ordeal, and was back in time for March Madness.
I mean, that's the word that he starts laughing at. He's like, oh my god, Ethan Klein said March Madness. This guy is awesome. I love Nicholas Diorio content. This is so great.
Did you know he once considered going to Gaza?
He got the whole squad laughing. This is so good.
These dumb motherfuckers went to Cuba to throw a rave for themselves with the last drops of oil on the island.
Oh yeah, why is there no oil over there? Anyone know?
Bouncy castle slides for Cuba. Don't worry, everyone. They painted a mural. Okay.
What's Diorio? What's Diorio? What's Ethan Klein? What have they done for Cuba? They done anything for Cuba?
Yeah, I didn't see any of this shit. This is absolutely outrageous. Ethan's fucking popping off. Yo, the dichotomy really fucked me up. Sips from a tiny espresso cup. Hassan walked briskly back to his 5-star hotel, knowing that the room service stopped at 8 p.m. There was a filet mignon that he was eyeing that would go a long way towards his daily goal of 300 grams of protein. This is...
Speaking of 300 grams of protein, because that's a little bit much, okay? But it is good to get your protein. I'm going to show you a good reason why you should always try to get your protein goal. Here's what happens when you use Ozempic, but you don't go to the gym, okay? You don't lift weight, you don't do anything, you don't consume your protein, okay? You develop this sort of strange alien physique. And by the way,
I'm okay with this. So, listen, man, if you're going to sweep for Hassan by criticizing his critics, but then you're throwing out like random weightlifting and dietary advice that's actually okay, you're going to get more of a pass from me, that's for sure. And truly with Ozempic, like I know Ozempic is being treated as a miracle drug. I'm sure it is in a lot of ways. And I'm sure that you are going to reduce like comorbidities of obesity with Ozempic. I think there's going to be new comorbidities with Ozempic. Like there probably is a balance of fat that you're supposed to have in your body. And so if you use Ozempic for too long and you burn out all of your fat stores, you might have some like correlated decrease in longevity or vitality. And then what I would also say is like, I do know people who have taken Ozempic for a long time who didn't lift, and they effectively nuked every ounce of fat on their body, but their muscles and skin are droopy because they don't lift weights. And Patriarch's saying that's not advice. No. It is advice. Saying if you're going to take an extreme weight loss drug that has been hailed as a miracle, you also need to make sure you're eating your protein and lifting weights so you do not become a like flabby skeleton. Yes, that is advice.
There's nothing wrong with using Ozempic. If that's what you need, like, do your thing. Some people just have bigger appetites and they need a suppressant, like right. I'm not going to hate on someone trying to lose weight. But if you're going to bring up protein, if you're going to talk about other people's bodies and how they eat too much protein, he needed his 300 grams of protein.
Do it!
You should get some. You should consider investing in protein, Ethan. We can't rip a tank top? Are we serious?
It's really hard, you guys.
This is embarrassing. This should be a traumatic experience for you. This should change the course of your life. Like, if I wasn't able to rip a tank top in half, I'd be reconsidering a lot of my decisions.
I feel happy.
We need a cut.
What the hell?
No!
Rip it open!
Like Hulk Hogan. I would rip my shirt right now to kind of prove that this should be a relatively easy physical activity. However, I do like the shirt that I'm wearing, so I don't really want to rip this one.
Just eat your protein. Avoid this at all costs.
This is crazy. This is crazy. Ruin Leon said, to be fair, I wouldn't have missed March Madness either. Holy shit. And the other thing that happened there was like a countrywide blackout while he was streaming from his generated 5-star hotel. And if he picked anywhere else, he wouldn't have had his show.
So why was there a countrywide blackout? Why was that, Diorio? Any comment? Any comment on why there's...
And this is part of the reason why I wanted to react to this as well. So I do appreciate Sleepy's probably used to a commentary audience that exclusively cares about commentary and therefore does not care about like geopolitical issues. But I actually really would be curious to pick his brain. It's like, okay, so the United States is a mixed economy, capitalistic, democratic republic, and it has allies in Europe, and it has allies in Asia, and it's responsible arguably for the security of 70% of the world's trade. And then we have like rival ideologies like fascism, communism, and Islamic theocracy. And we're competing on the world stage for economic, soft power, and hard power dominance. And Cuba is right on our doorstep. They've been a communist rival, revolutionary, not like rival in near peer power, but they've been a thorn in our side for decades. And they're still an authoritarian communist regime. So if we assume that we're in a competition of ideologies internationally, then do you object to us fucking up Venezuela's oil supply on purpose in order to reorient that country back towards us and in turn trying to choke out, Cuba? Because I do think there's absolutely, like, you could have total criticisms for the way that this is affecting the average Cuban civilian. And I have no problems if you have like a humanitarian concern that we are actually like hurting or killing Cubans through this move. And I think that's perfectly valid. But I do want to understand your political orientation of who do you want to win in the struggle of ideology, economic prescriptions, political governance, and military power. Because if you're like a anti-imperial Hassan dick sucker, then I'm not going to be a fan of yours.
There's a flotilla there? Anything? No? We're not going to engage with why they're in Cuba?
Denim says that Twitch streamer Hassan should send a retraction letter to the New York Post for calling his trip to China sponsored propaganda.
Let's hear Diorio defend the New York Post. Let's hear Diorio defend Rupert Murdoch. Let's hear him defend Fox News. Let's see this.
We have that? Yes, we do. Yes, we do, ladies and gentlemen. If I could get past all of the... Guys, this is why we don't look at legacy media in the year of 2026. Tone-deaf radicals flock to Havana, staying in a 5-star hotel while island in crisis.
I should have a counter for how many times 5-star comes up in this fucking 5-star hotel. 5-star hotel.
People from the New York Post. Hundreds of tone-deaf lefty radicals flocked to Havana this weekend to meet with the Communist Party officials, staying in luxury hotels, traveling in air-conditioned buses, as the rest of the island grapples with a worsening economic crisis that's starved of electricity, food, water, and medicine.
Why is that? Huh? Why is that? Are we gonna engage, Diorio? Are we gonna think deeply about this? Or are we just gonna take New York Post's word on this, okay? We don't need to do any research. No politics here. Fucking Diorio, no politics here. Never. That guy covers drama, okay? Not politics.
The Nutresta American convoy sent out socialists from America and
the what? Yeah, that's okay.
Europe to Cuba.
I mean, he's Italian. He should be able to figure that one out, but whatever.
By air, sea, and land under the guise of handing out 20 tons of humanitarian aid to protest the United States oil blockade on Cuba. Dude, these guys get mad at Taylor Swift for flying, and they...
Yo, you literally read it. You read it and you made a point about Taylor Swift. You read United States oil blockade on Cuba, didn't look any further into that, and then you're like, these guys get mad at Taylor Swift.
And they literally sent a squad of fucking socialists, probably without any deodorant, to a...
Without deodorant, bro, they brought fucking humanitarian aid. They had like parties and events, and like they're trying to raise the spirit of the fucking... Listen, I'm not gonna act like I fucking know what I would do in that scenario when I'm going to Cuba, a place that's being blockaded, no fucking oil in or out of the country. Like, I don't know. These people are trying to do something nice. And Diorio is out here reading the fucking New York Post like it's gospel. Like, can you guys believe it? New York Post is killing these guys.
To a foreign country to have a party. Yeah. The convoy includes Mayor Zoran Madami's ally and influential streamer Hasan Piker.
Like, that should immediately disqualify everything else. Last year during the NYC election, okay, the mayor election, Diorio was laughing at Hassan for not getting invited to the parties, for not having any discussions with Zoran, because Zoran was trying to distance himself from Hassan. So Diorio was able to laugh at this last year. He's aware that there was some distance put between Zoran and Hassan. Let's see what he says now.
Piker.
Hold up. This is, again, bullshit to me. And I think Sleepy should probably know better. So, obviously, my criticism of the Democratic establishment right now, because is Gavin Newsom still doing his meeting with Hassan? Is Gavin Newsom meeting with Hasan Piker? As of early March 2026... California Governor Gavin Newsom indicated he would appear on Hasan Piker's Twitch show, a move following reports that Piker announced an upcoming interview with the governor. The announcement, Hasan Piker announced it in early March 26 that he would be interviewing Gavin Newsom on his stream. Newsom has said that he would. It's drawn criticism, prior attention. When is it going to happen, though? Because this was 2 weeks ago. So you think they would have coordinated and made an announcement with a specific date by now if it was happening? So I'm actually really curious if it's going to happen. But I think the reason why I'm critical of this is because Hasan Piker has hung out with Rashida Tlaib multiple times. Hung out with Justice Dems, hung out with AOC, hung out with Bernie Sanders. And of course, like, the Bernie Sanders and AOC interviews were cut extremely short and limited in topic. So that's not that bad, but it still feels like playing footsie. And then same thing with the Zoran Mandami interview. They did an interview at a local cafe that was kind of like a softball. But then when it came to like the actual election win, Zoran was trying to distance himself because he knew that fucking Hassan had said spicy shit in the past. But to me, that doesn't feel like, oh, the Democrats found out what Hasan Piker said and they disagree with him, so they have distanced themselves and disavowed him. This feels like they want enough proximity that they can still use his clout money and influence to reach his tens of thousands of live viewers and his hundreds of thousands of post-recorded viewers, but they don't want the public blowback from Hasan Piker's own super edgy, anti-imperialist, pro-communist, pro-China politics. So that doesn't feel like a disavowal at all. That feels like you're fucking sweeping. And so my beef with the Gavin Newsom interview isn't whether or not he does it. Gavin Newsom can do it. Gavin Newsom cannot do it. But is it going to be a softball where he shows up, just plays footsie with Hassan for 3 or 4 hours, gives Hasan Piker a huge clout boost, but never calls him out on all the crazy shit that he's fucking said and why it's controversial for him to be on the program in the first place? Because it should be like Gavin Newsom should show up relatively prepared and be like, hey man, good to meet you. I'm hoping to run for Democratic president of the United States in 2028. I think we're getting ready. Here's the things that are important to me. But I do want to point out that there's real differences between us. Here they are. That I would welcome that. I would view that as sincere, earnest, and ballsy. Whereas if he just goes on there in order to play fucking footsie with them, then I would genuinely be pissed. And I would actually expect the latter more than I expect the former. Because no offense, Democrats kind of become pussies when it comes to alienating far lefty freaks.
Who recently went on Beijing-sponsored propaganda trip, that's the thing that Denims is mad about, to Havana, from where he broadcasted to 1.6 million Instagram followers Saturday with somehow spotless internet connection. I think this is a lie. That's slander. The internet connection was not spotless and promised to film content.
Like, bro, you literally covered Hassan not getting invited to Zoran's inauguration party or whatever the fuck, election party. And now you're just gonna skim over that shit? That doesn't influence your perspective of the media you're reading? Let's say Diorio has no idea who Rupert Murdoch is or what the New York Post is and what kind of content that they cover, okay? That should immediately disqualify New York Post in your mind as like a reasonable source for information. Zoran Mamdani's ally. What are you talking about? Like, Zoran had an interview with Hassan a year ago, and maybe he'd want to involve a guy like Hassan, but he hasn't. He condemned Hassan saying America deserved 9/11. And as I said earlier, he didn't allow him into his VIP event. And Diorio knows that, but he's got his blinders on because he's doing the Hassan hate content. As much as I'm sure Hassan would like to be allies with Mamdani, Hassan is a brand risk. And at least as of right now, it seems like Mamdani's done all he can to distance himself from Hassan.
Promised to film content.
Okay, Sleepy. Do you think that's justified or not justified? That would actually be the question that I would ask Sleepy if I could. Do you think that this distance is appropriate or not appropriate? Do you think it's appropriate for like mainstream political Democratic figures who are beefed up on the internet to be boys with Hasan Piker without challenging him on his bullshit? Because to me, that's like people did the association between Tucker Carlson and Nick Fuentes because there's so much overlap between Tucker Carlson and Nick Fuentes. But in Tucker Carlson's interview, while he did do an obnoxious softball and let Nick get away with so much shit, he also did make a clear delineation between his disgust with neoconservative hawks in the DC establishment and expansionist Zionist militarists and the average Jewish person. And while people should be like, oh, well, that's the bare bones, you should be able to differentiate between neoconservative war hawks, Zionist expansionists, and the average Jewish person, that probably actually lost him credit with Nick Fuentes' audience. All of the groypers that we were kind of predicting that Tucker Carlson was trying to cater to, he actually did take a pretty harsh stance that would alienate him from the most hardcore members of that audience. And I'm not going to praise Tucker Carlson. I kind of think he is a fucking snake in the grass, but that at least takes some level of ideological consistency to say, no. Like, we do have a lot of alignment, but on this specific topic, we are actually quite distant, and I want to clarify our distance. That's the kind of shit I would want to see from mainstream politicians who interact with Hasan Piker. And if they don't, I am going to judge the fuck out of them for it. Because effectively, I'm just going to assume they believe everything Hasan Piker says. They just don't have the balls to fucking say it.
Izara Hursty, 23-year-old unemployed activist daughter of embattled squad. Okay, this is a bit of a struggle for me. Also taking part of the voyage is a delegation of Madami's Democratic Socialist American comrades. And then more going through everyone who was there. Some delegates reportedly staying at the 5-star Grand Hotel Bristol Millionaire Court Collection, where a room costs between $130 and $520 a night.
What's he going to say about that? Is he going to say anything about how cheap that price is?
Others posed for pictures riding in comfy air-conditioned buses and meeting with President Miguel Diaz-Canel at something Spanish sounding.
I'm just going to look at it. Palacio de Convención. That does not seem that hard to say. I'm not Spanish at all. This motherfucker's Italian. Can't even fucking try.
Cuba, Havana. Cuban officials reported an island-wide blackout this week. Yeah, that was the thing that happened in the embattled community nation of some 11 million people after President Trump in January threatened tariffs to any nation selling
In fairness, he's live, but like, dog, give it a shot.
oil, choking off its energy supply. While nearly the entire country is suffering from power outages lasting over 20 hours, the left is welcome with air conditioning and wasteful electricity consumption. Slammed Mira Dominguez, a Cuban living in exile in the United States. More than 100 homes wouldn't be without power today if Castro regime did.
Yeah, sure. Anonymous chatter says, you know, Gavin Newsom doesn't believe everything Hassan believes. I agree. But you don't build an anti-MAGA coalition by purity testing everyone out of the movement, Connor. I agree with you spiritually. But I do think that there should be lines that are too far. I think simping for Mao Zedong and the Chinese Communist Party and the modern Chinese Communist state, which is state capitalist, but still, you know, communist in name, I think that should be too far. I think it should be too far. I think it should be the same thing with fucking Nick Fuentes. I think that you could go on to the Groyper show. Let's say that you were JD Vance and you did think that Nick Fuentes genuinely had the brains of tens of thousands of young right-wing men. And let's say that you knew that it was going to be a big deal. There was going to be hundreds of thousands or millions of views. It was going to get national news attention. It was going to give you a platform. And it would allow you to reach into a disaffected and dissident political space that might be important to bring into your political coalition in order to win elections. Let's say all of that's true. If JD Vance or Marco Rubio or whoever else becomes a Republican presidential nominee, and they go onto Nick Fuentes' show, and they do not challenge him on fucking anything, then I'm assuming that they're hiding their power level. That's what I'm assuming. It's exactly what I'm assuming. And I'm assuming that, you know, most people would feel the same way that I did. They wouldn't be like, oh shit, like these people are so different. Ha 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 ha. If there aren't any tough conversations delineating the perspectives, I think they would basically be sweeping for each other.
Didn't spend on the communist propaganda with the international leftists. Yeah, this is just, dude, this is crazy. This is absolutely fucking insane. One of the organizations involved.
This is the problem with Diorio content, is he is so fucking shit. It's why I wait for timestamps before reacting, because like you're gonna get like an hour of this between anything remotely interesting.
After causing more than 1 million Cubans to leave in just 5 years and denying many the rights to return to their own country, they're now open to foreigners.
It's almost over. 40 seconds. Hold on, guys. White knuckle it. Grab your table. You'll be fine.
Foreign humanitarian expeditions. Cuban artist Salome Garcia, who lives in exile in Miami, blasted on Facebook. And these are the people they were getting mad at on the way there. Like Hassan was complaining about Miami Cubans, saying that like the worst. Dude, this is a crazy image too. Like they're all just on a fucking comfy air-conditioned bus. I think this is their plane though, no? Yeah. That's fucking hilarious.
That's fucking hilarious. New York Post, that's fucking hilarious. I love the New York Post. They're so good. They're so funny. Anyways, guys, I think that's enough of Diorio content. This guy fucking stinks. Anyways, I hope you guys enjoyed today's video. If you did, leave a like, comment, and subscribe. And I'll see you tomorrow.
All right. I appreciate Sleepy for giving us content. I'll check out The Last Republican momentarily. In reference to this stuff, I just think that they need to tread... They don't need to tread carefully. It's commentary. You can do whatever the fuck you want. I don't give a shit what anybody wants. You know, do you go wild? Become a Hasan Piker dick sucker if you want. I don't give a shit. But the point is, what I would like to see, because Sleepy doesn't seem like a total fucking idiot, and he's criticizing Nicholas Diorio for only going one step in and kind of ignoring the deeper realities of the political situation that are motivating the criticism of these creators. I would like to see Sleepy go one step deeper and kind of make some hard stances. And it might not benefit him. Maybe his commentary audience would be turned off by him making hard political stances. Maybe he would, maybe he's just not interested in politics that much. Maybe he just kind of wants to criticize the people who he feels are unfairly criticizing a creator. Maybe he's like politically neutral. Like that's the thing. Like I get the vibe that he kind of like, he understands things to a degree, but he also isn't like a self-dick sucking worshiper who thinks he's like God's gift to geopolitical analysis. I don't really get that vibe. But if you're going to call out Nicholas Diorio for being shallow and having Hassan bad, shitty analysis, I would want you to take it one step further. Like take it one step further. Like, actually steelman the criticism of socialists. Actually steelman the criticism of communists. Actually deal with, like, the 19th century chattel slavery analog that I brought up. Actually deal with, like, the material wealth and, like, the alleged enslavement of the human species into the capitalist system and whether or not emancipation is, like, morally correct. I'm trying to think of really what else, but those are the kind of things that I would want to see contended with. And if not, then I would kind of judge that as well. Somebody says, I'm too lazy to try Google. We're probably going to watch The Last Republican just because a couple of people donated for that. I'm too lazy to try. This guy does do weird essays. I watched one of his and I really enjoyed it. And then I watched another one and it wasn't as good. I think I watched the Candace Owens one. And then I watched one about, like, Tom Segura or something. And I was like, it was okay. The first one that I watched was really good. So I probably need to give him another shot. Find a video essay that I actually think is worthy of breakdown, and then we could break it down, but not my favorite. Not my favorite. Anyways, let me pull up The Last Republican real quick. And what I'm going to do...
I recognize you.
Buy or rent. Only owned brand account names can make purchases on YouTube. Weird. Can I watch The Last Republican full documentary on Adam Kinzinger? Okay, cool. Save me a couple of bucks. I probably should support it financially, but... Oh, it's by Midas. That's cool. I didn't know it was by Midas. Okay.
You know, last night, Sophia and I were talking, and as we're kind of going into the end of this, and we're like, you know, we're putting a lot of trust in these guys. They could make us look stupid.
Like, we've been blindsided by everything the past 2 years. It's been a lot to figure out who can we trust, really.
It's a real concern, and, you know, I recognize that, like, you have contempt for what I believe. Like, in terms of my political viewpoints. Like, you don't, I think in any other situation, you probably would be protesting my office. You're just so far left.
First of all, it's kind of mean.
Yeah, it is.
That's kind of mean that you would think I would have contempt for your views.
Yeah.
Why would you think that?
Do you have contempt for my views, Steve?
All right. I'm titillated. I'm in. So it is interesting thinking about returning to 2015 American politics. And the reason why it's interesting is because I do think that there could be a time in the American political zeitgeist where it would be appropriate to reform entitlements in such a way that it's not destroying the republic. And just as an example, this would be something that I think would actually be popular with the left and right, but we lack the technical knowledge as a country to talk about this as an idea. So what I would do, let's say that I'm running for president as a Republican, but I want everybody's votes, and I also want to solve some of the actual problems we have as a country. What I would say is that our entitlements are wildly expensive. They're delivering mediocre results to the American people. They are bankrupting our federal treasury, and there's a better way to do it. And so I don't want to eliminate Social Security. Weirdly enough, this is what Ryan Mullally wants to eliminate Social Security entirely. But what I would do if I was given sufficient power in the legislature and the presidency is I would do the sovereign wealth fund. So I would take $1 trillion of debt, new debt, and instead of spending it on whatever stupid shit that we spend it on an annual basis, I would actually have Doge try to identify $1 trillion worth of shit that we don't need to spend on. Or shit, I would just run a $1 trillion additional deficit one year. We would have a $7 trillion budget if needed. And then what we would do is we would establish the sovereign wealth fund. And the sovereign wealth fund would basically make annual investments of $1 trillion, trying to balloon it up. And then we would take the profits generated from the $1 trillion sovereign wealth fund, and we would probably split it in half, and we would use the generated wealth to pay down debt and or to pay entitlements. And so we would basically invest in order to start paying Medicare. And then that way, right now, as far as I understand it, Medicare is structured in such a way that the money goes straight into federal coffers and then gets paid out straight to citizens. And since it doesn't have an investment mechanism, it's effectively a flawed formula that is not going to work, particularly when we don't have population growth. And I understand that the Democrats would be way too sensitive about changing Social Security at all. And then the Republicans would want to destroy it entirely. But that's why I would have the suggestion that I have, because it actually deals with the fiscal conservative concerns of Republicans, and it deals with the desire to have a social safety net of Democrats, but it makes the system substantially better. So I guess what I'm asking is, how much resentment do my 70% liberal chat have against that conceptually?
And in the key House races, Republican Adam Kinzinger cruised in that 11th District Republican primary. He grabbed 64% of the vote.
The 32-year-old Air Force pilot also received strong support from the Tea Party in his landslide win.
Okay, that's a fair question. But what you're essentially asking me is, why would I want to make a movie about you, a guy whose political views I oppose?
Adam Kinzinger.
Adam Kinzinger. He's a real up-and-coming star.
Yes, Mr. President, thank you. And just from the House perspective, I want to say Anna's a still currently serving Guard member. You're my Commander-in-Chief. He's doing a great job as Secretary.
Great job. He is doing a great job. Thank you, Adam. Very much appreciate it. Handsome guy.
I mean, normally I want nothing to do with you.
You voted with the president 93% of the time.
Yep.
So
Well, I
that
agree.
seems like you're... No, it's so fine. I'm just curious.
And then, lo and behold,
Frankly, we did win this election.
when the president denies the election result, all of a sudden there's this guy from my home state, you, who stands up and says, fuck that.
The truth is that the election was not stolen, and it's important for our party to take inventory of that and go out and win the next election instead of continuing the big lie.
And then after the president literally tries to overthrow the government,
To the Capitol.
you were the first legislator, you were the first one of either party to invoke the 25th Amendment and say, this guy's a maniac and needs to be forcibly removed from office.
All indications are that the president has become unmoored, not just from his duty, or even his oath, but from reality itself.
Then you voted for impeachment.
How does it feel to be a pariah within your own party?
So yeah, that's why I wanted to make this movie. But I'd be lying if I said I wasn't conflicted, right? Because to me, a courageous Republican is still a Republican.
I think it's not about...
Arthur says you'd necessarily need a higher return on the sovereign wealth fund than you would the cost of the debt. Yeah. Yeah, that's true, right? If you took $1 trillion out and you were charging it at whatever the Federal Reserve was charging it at 3 to 5% or whatever, and then you were only making 7% or 10%, and 10% is tough, right? But 6%, 7%, even with an intermediate investment fund, you wouldn't have that much profit. That's 100% true. But I think what I would do, the central bank is a private organization, but I think I would argue effectively, like, you need to loan us this at like 0% interest or 0.5% interest or 1% interest, something absurdly easy to beat. Like, I wouldn't want prime. I wouldn't want the prime interest rate. I'm the fucking federal government. You know, we're either solvent or we're not. You know what I'm saying?
Political view. It's about what it is to turn against everything you've ever belonged to because of some red line you can't cross.
It's not the Federal Reserve, it's the U.S. Treasury. I'm literally so ignorant, I don't know the difference between the two. All right, I need a tea refill. I'll be right back.
So out of all the cinematic visionaries who wanted to make this film, why did you say yes to me?
Hot Tub Time Machine is the thing that sold me. It's a cinematic masterpiece. How can such a serious filmmaker like Hot Tub Time Machine not make me look good?
Right. That's really good logic.
Thank you.
So we've been shooting together for over a year.
Yeah, a lot over a year. It feels like 4 years.
They need, and the fact that
through, the appropriations process.
Real negotiating yet between the two chambers.
And, we're happy to do it.
Hello, this is Congressman Kinzinger's office. How may I help you?
Okay, well, welcome to the office. Turn this open. So this is our front room. And then in here, this is where folks from our legislative team sit. Our deputy chief of staff, Morris, out there looking.
So you're asking me for the statement before I even give out the statement?
Moore is a loud typer, but when I swear to God when she's being recorded, she's like just a little bit louder.
You think so?
You can feel the emphasis, yeah.
Is that quiet enough for you, Paul? Is she loud?
So when I joined the office, I would ignore Moore's emails because she was mean to me.
That's not true.
But I would always do what she asked. I would just never respond.
Well, Mara could see Paul's computer, so if
I
he
said,
opens
yeah.
an email.
I would see he saw it, close out of it. I was like, well, he clearly ignored me. That's quite rude.
Rule number 9 was in response to me suggesting that in some circumstances tickling would be okay. But this was a reminder that under no circumstance can you tickle any coworkers.
How's this going?
Good. It's actually good. Yeah.
Yeah.
They're not on my nerves yet or anything.
That's good.
Yeah.
Good time.
It's funny, though, because at the beginning, I don't think your chief of staff was thrilled to see me in your office.
I think in Austin's perspective, anytime there's a camera around, you're on defense.
No, don't fill in.
I mean, you made it very clear from the very beginning that you didn't agree with my politics. You called yourself basically a communist. You outed yourself as.
Progressive, but sure.
All right. Thanks.
When we were filming that first day, keep in mind the mindset to that point, I was still considering running for governor or Senate. The decisions I made to speak out against Trump or to even vote for impeachment, I never really had a debate on that in my own mind. I knew I had to do it. But when I voted that way, naively, I thought there's no way people aren't going to wake up from this. I remember the day after January 6th, everybody was kind of waking up at that point.
The president bears responsibility for Wednesday's attack on Congress by mob rioters. He should have immediately denounced the mob when he saw what was unfolding. These facts require immediate action by President Trump.
President Trump is practically and morally responsible for provoking the events of the day. No question about it.
I called it was like Saturday morning when you had a giant party at your house Friday night and now you got chickens flying around. You have a bad headache. You're only wearing a shirt and you're like, what did we do last night? That's where I thought the party was.
So your thinking, even at that moment, was the insurrection and the attempt to overthrow the government in a coup d'etat that included 140 Republicans voting to not certify the election. You thought that just might have been a crazy bender and that they were going to wake up and get their shit together.
Yep. You're going to wake up, you're going to deal with the hangover, and you're going to gut it out and drink water, right? Donald Trump was a non-entity. Nobody even showed up at Andrews when he left. But you can always fix a hangover by starting to drink again. And that's when Kevin McCarthy goes to Mar-a-Lago. That changed everything. Because Donald Trump had been disgraced until that moment. Kevin McCarthy was the minority leader, and Kevin told us, I just happened to be down there in Palm Beach, and he wanted to meet, and I'm not going to say no to a former president. Bullshit. I knew at that moment what would happen.
You know, if you didn't know the TV footage was a video from January the 6th, you would actually think it was a normal tourist visit.
The former president, was he responsible for what happened?
No, of course not.
You think about it, if you actually come to grips with what's happened, that's going to take some soul searching. It's much better to just numb the pain. It's easier.
After careful consideration, I've made the decision to oppose the House Democrats' slanted and unbalanced proposal for another commission to study the events of January the 6th.
Just to torture this analogy, it seems like you would be a great candidate to start Republicans Anonymous.
Yeah, maybe.
You know what I mean? Like you could have,
Yeah.
you know, like, hi, my name is Jim Jordan.
No, but then we're just feeding into your little left wing, like, oh, every Republican is just a Democrat waiting to find his wings.
Oh, definitely.
Bullshit.
Bruh, why won't this motherfucker reply to me on Twitter? Oh my God. All right. I guess I need to keep watching, but I guess I'm frustrated. So there are times I had like a 20K follower account, I had a 10K follower account, and I saw Adam Kinzinger replying to people in his mentions or whatever. So I added him a few times. I never got a response. I also DM'd him and said like, hey, like I'm a never Trump Republican. I'm working in social media. I want to get to know as many people as possible. Blah 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 blah. And gosh darn it, do we actually need the real Republican movement? Gosh darn it, we need Adam Kinzinger and the few of his ilk, along with North and myself, carving out like a safe space in the center right. It's frustrating. Anonymous says, I want you to acknowledge that I'm sticking it out here, even though I've already seen this and Tiny is on. I won't cheat on my booby bear. Well, thank you, Anonymous. I appreciate you. You could run him in the background, or you could run me in the background. If you literally just want to, you know, put me on low volume or no volume, just let it run in the background and click on over and see if Steven is doing something that involves tits, dicks, or blood, you know, then go for it.
I mean, it's a funny analogy, but in that moment, I felt very isolated.
With great solemnity and sadness, I'm announcing that the House will be establishing a select committee on the January 6th insurrection. It is imperative that we establish the truth of that day. The select committee will investigate and report on the facts and the causes of the attack, and it will report recommendations for the prevention of any future attack.
The resolution is adopted.
After you were the only Republican besides Cheney to vote for the creation of a select committee, at that point, are you just all in? Because you don't know you're on the committee yet, right?
No, and I don't want to be on the committee.
Really?
I didn't want to be on the committee.
He was not supposed to be there. Adam was not supposed to be in that group of people.
You know, I voted for it because it was the right thing to do. And I start hearing rumors that Nancy Pelosi is going to appoint a Republican to sit on a Democratic seat. Very brilliant of her.
Exponential Entropy says, it's always crazy to me to see Adam Kinzinger and his story. We were on air cruise together a few times in Iraq back in 2009 before he was in Congress. That's bananas. Exponential Entropy, do you have him on Facebook? Do you have him on Instagram? Do you have him on Snapchat? Can you snap Adam Kinzinger on my behalf?
And I was like, please, dear Jesus, not me.
And I remember we had dinner in DC that night. And I remember we both talked about it, of like, should he do it?
I don't want to do it. I don't. I also know I can't say no if I'm asked. And frickin' Nancy Pelosi announces it before she even calls me, by the way.
Okay. If Nancy Pelosi didn't even ask Adam Kinzinger that, but like announced that he was going to participate in the select committee for January 6th before asking his permission to do so, I'm not going to lie. That's such a bitchy move that I forgive 20% of her insider trading. That's pretty fucking funny. That's actually that's like a femme boss bitch move to be like, I know you don't have the political clout to resist me, so I'm just gonna fuck you over in public. Yeah, and you can say no. You can say no, but you are gonna be eaten alive both by the Never Trumpers and the Democrats, and you'll be eaten alive by MAGA, meaning you truly have no friends. That would be funny. Oh my God. Damn. Exponential Entropy says he doesn't have a backline. Oh, well. It happens.
Kind of pissed me off.
Will you be appointing more Republicans to the committee like Congressman Adam Kinzinger?
That would be my plan.
I wake up Sunday morning to a missed call from her at like 5 a.m. Like, I'm going to be up.
So when will that be announced?
Perhaps after I speak to Adam Kinzinger.
A lot changed that day.
It's pretty funny, man. Like, she didn't do it in a huge bitchy way. If I was Adam, I actually wouldn't be super pissed about it. But that's pretty fucking fun. That's pretty funny that she's like, yeah. I definitely want to appoint some. I want to appoint some Republicans. And they're like, oh yeah, what's holding you back from making an announcement? And she's like, I need to talk to this one guy. Oh my God. All the death threats on his voicemails. They must have been so fucking wild.
Illinois' Adam Kinzinger.
Adam
Kinzinger joins Congresswoman Liz Cheney on the 9-member panel,
Who lost her job in Republican House leadership for taking a similar stance.
The first committee hearing is set for Tuesday, where Capitol police officers will testify about their personal experiences.
My staff, by the way, is telling me, like, you're not going to do this, right? This is suicidal. And they are right.
Action! Everybody come back here, rework.
I was with you the day that the final redistricting map comes up.
Was that when we were out shooting the commercial?
Now, Kinzinger has served 6 terms in Congress, but newly approved congressional maps put Congressman Adam Kinzinger in the same district as Darren LaHood.
That new district voted 60% for President Trump, a deep red pro-Trump district.
They drew me in a very unfavorable district with a kind of crazy MAGA guy, and I knew there was no way I could run in a primary and win.
Well, it's just a sensitive, we're in a sensitive topic right now, and so we don't want information to kind of get out that we're not ready to get out.
This is off the record.
Yeah.
I got it.
Well, there's no good timing. There's no timing if you're not going to run. There's no good timing. Yeah. If we announce this week, you're no longer part of the party and you're no longer influential.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that very bad news came in the middle of you doing like 1,000 takes for a political ad about finding common ground.
Some leaders in Washington have forgotten the purpose of democracy. Some leaders in Washington have focused.
That was a rough day for you.
He's just like me, for real, for real. Oh, let's watch that.
Finding common ground.
Some leaders in Washington have forgotten the purpose of democracy. Some leaders in Washington have focused.
Bruh. He's just like me, for real, for real.
That was a rough day for you.
It could be a little more.
What?
It could be an umpire.
Hey, if I don't see you guys,
thank you,
you're
Adam.
awesome.
That was awesome.
Seriously,
Thank you, Adam.
Thank you, Adam.
Appreciate you being here.
Adam Kinzinger, perhaps the most high-profile Republican lawmaker in Illinois, announced he won't seek re-election. He's one of only 10 Republican House members who voted to impeach former President Trump.
Mr. Trump responded with a quick statement taking credit, apparently referencing the Republicans that voted against him earlier this year, simply saying 2 down, 8 to go.
Wait, Bud123, are you being serious? The select committee cherry-picked Trump's 1/6 speech, omitting the part where he said peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard. Well, maybe they should have included it for the sake of totality of facts. But at the same time, if I go like, you're not going to have a country anymore, you know, the entire free world rests on what we do today. The Democrats stole it from you, you know, Mike Pence needs to do the right thing. You need to fight. Dude, if I say in Minecraft at the end of that, like, what if I was like, I can't even do it because it's terms of service. What if I Fed posted for 10 minutes and then at the end of the 10 minutes, I was like in Minecraft, you know? And then somebody did something based off of my Fed posting. Do you think the phrase in Minecraft saves me from moral culpability? Because I don't think it does. Maybe I'm crazy, but you know, I don't think saying in Minecraft after saying the most unhinged Fed posting shit you've ever heard in your entire life, I don't think that actually stands up to scrutiny.
About Friday's podcast, we talked about doing you explaining your decision. Do you still want to do that Friday, or do you want to? You can always do it via
I'd do it at
Zencaster?
home.
Okay.
It was great. It worked. It worked better than it
I wish you
ever
had asked
had.
for our opinion because I would have told you.
It worked.
Hello, friends.
Hello, sir.
It's amazing. Like, everybody now is telling me how much they're sad I'm leaving. I'm like, why the hell didn't you guys say anything prior to this moment?
True.
We saw 14 months, and you know, I want you guys to know. Obviously, I'll help support you in anything you want to do in terms of next steps. Love to keep you here as long as we can.
Well, just like talking about priorities, is there anything that us as a staff and in this office can shift any focus to, or things that you want to accomplish here in the next 14 months?
I think that, you know, if we can leave here with a bit of a legacy on democracy preservation, like the history books will be kind. You know, it's a worthy fight, but I think it's a battle that we have to have a bigger forum for it.
Well, thank you, everybody. Welcome back to Country First Podcast. It's been a heck of a year. One of the things I really wanted to talk about in the season here is just, why did I make the decision not to run again? After the 6th, I thought that people would say, you know, we're done with this. This is getting ridiculous. And what's been worrisome to me as much as anything is just watching that that's not happening.
Damn, he's just like me for real. Look at his setup. He's got his wife watching the audio. He's got this this desk, you know, kind of chilling. He's got a MacBook. He's got dog shit lighting. He's probably using a web camera, and he's got an excellent mic. Dude, we're the same guy. Me and him. We are same. We are different, but we are same. Oh, Christian Valeris with the oil. Thank you, King. I got extra money to support the COG, got more interviews. Hopefully I get a full-time job to hold me over until the Goonerism now, Goonerism tomorrow, Goonerism forever. Your donation is sincerely appreciated. I know, Christian Valeris, I say this with utter sincerity. I know that you were rocking it, kicking ass, taking names in your old job. And then when that didn't work out, you got, I don't want to say I know your emotional thing, but like, I'm sure it was frustrating to lose something that was so lucrative and so cool. But I have the utmost faith that, and thank you for the huge donation, by the way. You don't need to be that generous, but a $10 with the same message would have been it wouldn't have been just as appreciated. It still would have been deeply appreciated. But what I'll say is, you're going to kick ass again. It's a matter of time. It's a matter of time. You can't have that hard of a skill set in order to get that good of a job, get dismissed from that job through things that are not in control of yourself, not get a similar job, and not kick similar ass in the new job. So I have the utmost faith that the interviews are going to turn out well for you. If not immediately, then in the intermediate future. So thank you for the huge donation. I do appreciate it.
Happening. I'm not ashamed of the fact that I'm a conservative Republican.
I haven't been the one that's changed. The Republican Party has changed. But as I look at moving on to the next chapter, it is not the end of a story. I think it's the beginning of a great story. When people...
Aww, he had kids? That is cute. If he's protecting his, like, newborn children from psychos who want to kill him for being, like, a Republican traitor, then I totally understand. I did just text Ken Harbaugh, though, and I said, how do I get a call with Adam Kinzinger, private or public? Literally, like, Adam Kinzinger... Dude, if I could talk with Adam Kinzinger for like 30 minutes and explain to him, like, this is what we need, this is where we need to go, this is what we need to do, and then he was like, yeah, let's do it. Holy shit, the oil just rolled in again. God damn it. Sorry for taking the Lord's name in vain. But this is where we need to go, this is what we need to do, et cetera, et cetera. And then if he was like, yeah, sure, let me call George Bush. Like, we could do this. We could do this. We could have the real Republicans. We could have the rhinos. We could have a coalition of sane Republicans. We would just need money. And like, you guys have just oiled, so I'm not talking about y'all. I'm talking about, like, it shouldn't be me, no offense to Valor, by the way, but it shouldn't be me on a Midas Touch offshoot in my home office. I don't know shit about lighting. Everybody, the only reason why I'm successful at all from a technical perspective is because people helped me with audio and lighting and all that bullshit. And then it shouldn't be just me trying to spread this message. It should be people who actually liked Bush, except for the Iraq war. People who actually liked Mitt Romney, except for, you know, maybe cannibalizing corporations and being a little bit too big of a simp for the upper classes. It should be Adam Kinzinger. It should be conservatarians and libertarians like Rand Paul and Thomas Massey. It should be a coalition of people who are like, no. We actually like the Republic of the United States. We actually like the Constitution. We actually take our oaths seriously. That's what it should be. Anyways, exponential entropy. I must assume that you're enjoying the content because you gifted 20 Valor Media Network memberships. Gosh, holy baloney. Thank you.
Look back and read the history books. The January 6th committee is going to be noted in there as the movement that changed the trajectory of politics and saved this country and saved self-governance. We refuse to be the first generation to leave our kids a country worse off than the one we inherited. So God bless you all, and remember to keep putting country first.
Adam Corey.
Nice.
Boom, done.
If I had a direct connection to Mitt Romney, would you contact him? I don't, but would you? Yeah. I would give Romney some advice. I would be like, hey, maybe having your millionaire wife talking about how riding horses every other weekend for her multiple sclerosis, maybe that didn't connect with the working class, you know? Give him some free feedback in reference to his, his 2012 run? Jesus Christ.
Crazy how I think the baby recognizes your voice.
Really? Does he like, yo?
He wouldn't stop kicking.
Aw.
You know, look, it's fine to make the decision to like sacrifice everything, but if it's for no purpose, that makes it pointless, right?
But I think the stakes of failure for you were hiding. You were hiding from this film.
Yeah, I was probably hiding it from myself too. I don't think that's something I could think about or come to grips with because there was so much at stake, both for me in terms of that sacrifice, but also, you know, for the country and the party that I still, at that time, you know, liked.
You know, some Republicans have been saying that the GOP should play ball on this committee. You could get the three.
Who was that, Adam and Liz?
Well,
aren't they kind of like Pelosi Republicans?
Kevin McCarthy is technically my Republican leader. And to call, you know, members of Congress by childish names like Donald Trump used to do, I guess is just kind of part of it.
Honestly, I'm less mad at Donald Trump than I am at Kevin McCarthy.
So Trump, I'm mad at. I don't want to gloss that over, right? He's the reason all this happened. But he's just nuts, right? It's not like, that's not an excuse, but it's like, it's not a surprise. Kevin McCarthy is the surprise.
I mean, look, McCarthy and I were pretty close. I met him early in like 2009 before I was elected. And he would invite us to dinners all the time. He's a great politician. I mean, the guy made it to the number 3 position in the House Republicans in 6 years.
And Kevin could be a very charming guy. Like, I could see why they were friends. And I remember when we got engaged, Kevin offered to officiate the wedding.
What?
Yeah.
And of course, after the election day, it was all different.
And President Trump won this election, so everyone who's listening, do not be quiet. Do not be silent about this. We cannot allow this to happen before our very eyes. We unite together. Now, you don't need to be a Republican.
Yeah. On January 1st, the Republican conference had a big phone call all about certifying the election.
Welcome to the conference calling center.
Kevin said, I will be voting against certification, which actually shocked me. Because even to that point, I'm like, well, Kevin McCarthy knows the right thing to do. So I was the first caller in the queue to go.
Your line is open.
And I go, Kevin, you have convinced these people that are trusting us. You've convinced them that the election was stolen. There's going to be violence. Like, you have to tell people, like, this is on you. And he just said, okay, Adam.
Operator, next question.
That phone call was the last time I ever exchanged a word with him.
Capital injury! Multiple capital injuries!
I was electrocuted again and again and again with a taser. I'm sure I was screaming, but I don't think I could even hear my own voice. I said as loud as I could manage, I've got kids.
That first hearing that was with the Capitol Police, I'm pregnant at home. I'm crying and crying. Like, the moment they started talking, I just couldn't stop crying. It just hit so much.
They've got the gallows set outside this Capitol building. It's time to start fucking using
and pulled me back to that day.
Start making a list, put all those names down, and we start hunting them down one by one.
So January 6th, we had agreed that I was gonna stay home and that his staff was not coming in, that it was just him. So I was sitting in the living room, obviously watching the news, and I'm like, oh my God, they're heading towards the Capitol. They're starting to push the barrier.
Guys, listen, all of this video that you're seeing right now is fake and gay and AI. Okay? So what actually happened is the Capitol Police opened up every single barricade. They opened the door for the Capitol protesters. The Capitol protesters were let in, and they all peacefully and patriotically walked through the Capitol. They were super chill about it. They were like, hey, man, we just want democracy. We just want truth, bro. We just want the truth, man. And then it was actually the Capitol Police who were super violent, because they just like tear gas and pepper sprayed and beat everybody up. And the crowd itself, they didn't do anything. Okay. Every video that you're seeing right now of people punching cops in the face, tasing them, pepper spraying them, hitting them with poles, dragging them out of doors, this is all fake and gay and AI. Okay. Don't worry about it.
Practically a riot.
1349 hours declaring it a riot.
So I go online and turn on the Statuary Hall live footage. And the moment like someone walked into the frame, that's where I guess I freaked out. I'm like, they're coming to get everyone. And yeah, Adam is probably a target.
Yeah, the gallows, the gallows were there as a meme. They were there as a joke. It was a joke. You guys don't like humor? Jokes are legal again. You're allowed to bring gallows to a protest as a joke. You know? What, you guys don't like comedy?
I was realizing what it meant to be a politician's spouse and that the threats are real.
Until then, I had never seen anyone physically assault Capitol Police or MPD, let alone witness mass assaults being perpetrated on law enforcement officers.
So the first hearing, there was so much tragedy and sadness and defeat in their stories, when in reality, I owe them my husband's life. And I text Adam, remind them they won.
I yield back, Mr.
That was like a second or two before it was his time to give the opening speech.
Kinzinger. Thank you to our witnesses. I never expected the day to be quite as emotional for me as it has been. I've talked to a number of you and gotten to know you. I think it's important to tell you right now, though. You guys may, like, individually feel a little broken. You guys all talk about the effects you have to deal with, and, you know, you talk about the impact of that day. But you guys won. You guys held.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, by the way, this just in, Adam Kinzinger has won a Best Actor award. Check it out.
You know, you talk about the impact of that day. But you guys won.
Did he just bite his lip?
You guys held. Wow. You know, democracies are not defined.
He's going for broke.
By our bad days.
You know what? See, dude, I think, man, I'm trying not to Fed post. I'm really not trying to, like, advocate for crimes or whatever. But I do think that fisticuff dueling should be legal. It should be legal. If this fat Newsmax cunt, sorry for using a misogynist slur. If this, and I'm going to use it again. If this fat fucking dumbass cunt can guffaw and laugh at Capitol Police testifying to what actually happened, and then laugh at him actually having a sincere moment of being proud of law enforcement, it should be legal to challenge him to a fisticuffs bout. And if he accepts, you should be permitted by law to engage in fisticuffs in public. Yes. There should be like a national mutual combat law where you can engage in fisticuffs. Like, you can't break people's arms. You can't try to hurt that. You can't, like, try to, like, you know, stomp on their head when they're down, that kind of thing. We should probably set up some rules, some, like, medical guidelines of, like, what to do in a mutual combat scenario. But Adam Kinzinger should be able to, whoever this fat fucking stupid piece of shit is, he should be able to say, oh, you want to fuck on me, gay boy? I would like to fist fight you in the National Mall at 2 p.m. on Saturday. I'll pay for everything. Let me know. And then if the dude doesn't show up, he should be able to say, legally, I challenged this person to a fist fight. He did not accept it. And, you know, we're moving on. But realistically, at any point, if this guy wants to fist fight me, I will fist fight him all fucking day long. Because fuck this guy. I truly think that this country has suffered from people not getting hit. Like, barring people hitting each other has actually made our society worse. Christian Blair says, one day, I will gift enough for you to listen to me, whether it's fully posting announcements and stop apologizing for base takes. Listen, man, I gotta soften my Fed posting a little bit. You know? Sponsored by Raytheon. You said sponsored by Polymarket. Honestly, Polymarket would probably get into it. I'm down with that. Dude, didn't Alexander Hamilton die in a pistol duel? Didn't Hamilton, didn't like a few founding fathers and or contemporaries of the founding fathers die in pistol duels? We should bring back non-lethal fisticuffs. Let's say a woman challenges you to a duel. What do? I go for it. Are you kidding me? Equal rights, equal fights. You know?
He needs a bubble bath, some red wine, and a bar of chocolate.
She reports last night that Congressman Adam Kinzinger of Illinois had been seen crying again. Members of Congress are technically speaking sent to Washington to vote and not to weep. So now we have an update on that. Congressman Kinzinger has been spotted crying again, according to our sources, in a place where you rarely see tears, in Waffle House. You're seeing the Waffle House location on your screen. If you look closer, you will see Adam Kinzinger clearly distraught, crying inside a restaurant that serves waffles.
Dude, same thing. He should be able to be like, "Hi, bitch. Tucker Carlson, National Mall, 2 p.m. Saturday. See you there, or you're a fucking pussy." That should have been the fucking ooh, buddy. Who, buddy, do I want political power? I won't use it. I won't use it for bad things. I'll use it only for good things. Give me political power. I can be trusted.
Hey, you little cocksucker. Are you Les Cheney's fag hag? You two cocksucking little bitches. We're going to get you. Coming to your house, son.
Kinzinger, I'm so glad you're leaving because you're...
That guy, dox him immediately. Dox that guy fucking immediately. If he has not cloned his phone number, find his phone number, find his address, dox him. Fuck yeah. And if there's a statute for telephonic harassment, where is it? Florida state statute. Telephone harassment. Where is it? 365.16. 365.16. Continue. What? I don't want the Google. Dude, they always do the AI summary. Florida state statute 365.16. All right, let's take a look real quick. Whoever makes a telephone call to a location at which the person receiving the call has a reasonable expectation of privacy. I don't think congressmen have a reasonable expectation of privacy. Let's just pretend that doesn't exist. During such call, makes any comment, request, suggestion, or proposal which is obscene, lewd, lascivious, filthy, vulgar, or indecent, and by such call or language intends to offend, annoy, abuse, threaten, or harass a person at the called number. Yeah, it's not gonna work. Shit. All right. Well, if there was a statute that would apply, I would apply it to that guy for sure.
You're a piece of shit, and there's my fucking message for you.
Wrath of the Lord God Almighty come upon you, your health, your family, your home, your livelihood. And I pray, if it be God's will, that you suffer.
Damn, that's some like Old Testament shit. Woo, that's spicy.
Wait till we're outside your fucking house, you traitor. We're gonna line you up on a wall and take care of all your traitorous asses.
I think as the hearings ramp up, people are just gonna continue berating our office.
You son of a bitch. You gave Twitter.
I mean, over the course of the last 2 weeks, obviously his name gets out there more, and they just call and they call and they call.
Congressman Luke Sandlin, how do I become your friend?
Weeks, obviously his name gets out there more, and they just call.
Luke Sandlin, where are you? Previously held position. Is he on Twitter? University of Florida. We're practically butt buddies. Senior legislative assistant, September 2025 to November 2025. Representative Tom Emmer. He worked for Don Bacon. That's cool. Don Bacon's a pretty based, never Trump guy. Majority Whip Tom Emmer. Okay, he's got all his social media. Hold on. So is there social media back here? He only has LinkedIn. I don't even have a LinkedIn. God, I need a LinkedIn. Shit. God damn it. There's so much stuff to do. There's so much stuff to do. All right, anyways.
And they call and they call.
Congressman Kinzinger's office, how can I help you?
We have brand new interns too. And so there have been a lot of conversations between me, Luke, the interns on how to deal with those.
Congressman Kinzinger's office, how can I help you?
Just expressing to them that, look, this is gonna like slowly, it can completely break down your psyche. Like you might feel great and then a month in, you might just go home and start crying and you have no idea why. But it's because for 12 hours a day, you're hearing somebody call you a fucking idiot, a pussy, a traitor, that they're coming for you.
People are getting increasingly hostile.
And a little more scary.
I hope somebody like him kills your nasty wife.
Anonymous chatter says, if they were calling, I think you could still dox them. There's no law against doxing. Anonymous chatter says, if they were calling Kinzinger's residence instead of his office, could they get doxed? There's no reasonable expectation of privacy that prohibits doxing the people that did the death threats. You could 100% dox them even if they were calling Congress. My question is whether or not you could charge them with a crime. So for instance, with that statute, there were people who were threatening people via text message. And stalking has like a higher bar for the state's attorney to consider prosecuting it. So for for stalking cases, whenever I try to do like stalking cases, they basically said like, this isn't enough and it will not be picked up by the state's attorney's office. So you can write a warrant and get them arrested, but I guarantee you the state attorney is going to throw it out next day. So all you did is you keep them overnight. And so I found the telephone harassment one, and it's like a minimal statute. It's like a second-degree misdemeanor. It's a slap on the wrist. However, it sticks because the statute is so clear and the statute is so obvious that if I had this case where a woman posted bond for her nephew, okay? Black female, black male. They lived on the wrong side of town. They were in the Northeast, whatever. And so the black female had posted bond and posted her vehicle as collateral for her nephew to get out of jail. And so her nephew skips bond and basically says, fuck you, I'm not going back to jail, to his aunt. And then the bondsman says, hey, you need to help me get him to turn himself in, or else I'm going to repo your car because you put your car as collateral for his freedom. And so she was like, I feel totally fucked. I feel totally powerless. And look at all these text messages. He's saying that if I keep encouraging him to turn himself in, if I help the bondsman find him, he's threatening to burn my fucking house down. He's threatening to fucking kill me, right? And so I'm thinking to myself well, it's not stalking because it's not repeated harassment. She's reaching out to him. So stalking isn't going to fit. Battery, he's never hit her before. Assault requires you to be in person. What else do I have? And so I started flipping through the statutes and I found telephone harassment. And not only did I get a warrant put out for telephone harassment, he got picked up on the warrant for telephone harassment, and she didn't get her car taken away. It's not bad. It wasn't a bad day's worth of work. And that's one of the things that does bug me about I used to be a cop, but it turns out cops are all evil. I used to be a military guy, but now I realize the war on terror was a lie. You know, the reason why I hate those fucking people is because they never acknowledge that actual criminals need to get fucked up and actual jihadist terrorists need to get smoked. You know, that's what bugs me about it, is because they flip sides so aggressively. They never admit that there truly are scum of the earth, pieces of shit who exist in our society, and a person with a badge on their chest and a gun on their fucking hip needs to go ruin their goddamn day in order to keep karmic balance within our society, right? And then same thing with the military. It's like, yeah, should we be invading the Middle East and North Africa repeatedly for oil supply? Maybe there's like a better way to do it. Maybe there's a more diplomatic way to do it. But if a jihadist terrorist walks into a fucking shopping mall in Nairobi and just starts gunning down random civilians, a British SAS guy is sometimes needed to throw on his plate carrier and throw on a rifle and go shoot 20 jihadists in the face. Sometimes that's required. So, drives me fucking crazy.
That one's going to Capitol Police. Let's make sure that goes to district staff too. Yeah.
I'm a pretty sensitive person.
We all have panic buttons under our desks.
Also didn't have a
why did you need to find a crime for this guy if he was already skipping bond? Wasn't he up for arrest already? Yes, but sheriff's office, my city did not have a warrants division. We just didn't have a warrants division. Sheriff's office has a warrants division. Marshals have a warrants division, but they only go after high profile crimes. There are so many rapists. There are so many murderers. There are so many people accused of horrific crimes that talking shit to your auntie on the phone is not going to get anybody's attention. And we used to have bail bondsmen in the state of Florida that would serve warrants, because a bondsman technically can assist you in revoking your bond, or excuse me, not assist you by revoking your bond, and also can go and seize you. A bondsman can arrest you. However, what happened was we had so many cowboy bondsmen from the 1950s to the 1980s who were just like running around in Florida and getting into fucking gunfights with people who had warrants, and they killed, so they like injured or killed or damaged so much property serving bonds that effectively Florida opened up this is the story, by the way, so you know, this is what I heard, take it with a grain of salt. They opened up the liability for bondsmen, so if you kill somebody, you can be sued for wrongful death. If you injure someone, they can sue you for wrongful injury. If you break their shit or repo their shit in the wrong way, then they can sue you for property damages. So what's happened in the state of Florida, and it's a truly perverse incentive system. It's actually a really bad system. Bondsmen, what they do is they just bond out everybody. If you say, I need a bond, you could be a rapist, you could be a murderer, you could be a fucking serial killer. If you qualify for bond and you have collateral assets that they can sue for and seize if you skip out on that bond, they'll pay your bond. They'll release the most violent, evil, fucked up, shitty douchebags on the planet back into society, because what they can do is a lot of people will pay their bond because it's like 10 or 20% of the actual bail. They'll pay that to the bondsman. Or if they fail to pay their bond, you can just repo their shit. So imagine that you're running a business where you literally just front cash for people to get out of jail. 90 to 95% of you, of the people that you front cash for, pay a high fee for that service. And then the 10% that don't pay their fee, you can repossess their shit. It's super lucrative. It's crazy lucrative to be a bondsman. So yeah, did they get Dog the Bounty Hunter involved? Unironically, shows like Dog the Bounty Hunter are why bondsmen who actually hunt bounties are no longer a thing in the state of Florida. It's crazy.
A lot of experience, like on the phone.
We had those checked, make sure they operate well.
I think it might be a generational thing.
The Capitol Police came in at the beginning of the week and they're like, we're going to check on you once every hour.
No, Andrew, I think there were like a couple of times, I don't know if you saw me, I was just sitting there crying.
I brought you tissues.
I couldn't believe that people would treat strangers like that.
We load up.
No, we do. He literally has a closet full of tissues.
Some family drama for Illinois Congressman Adam Kinzinger. This handwritten letter obtained by the New York Times was sent to Kinzinger from 11 family members.
After saying Kinzinger is going against his Christian principles and has joined the devil's army, the letter goes on to say, President Trump is not perfect, but neither are you or any of us for that matter. It is not for us to judge or be judged, but he is Christian. It is now most embarrassing That is underlined 3 times. To us, that we are related to you. Kinzinger's cousin spoke to the New York Times and said, quote,
I'd write back to my cousin and be like, kill yourself, F slur.
I want Adam to be shunned.
I honestly would never have dreamed that my family could be so crass and cruel. That bothered me.
One of my college friends wrote me and said, I don't like Adam anymore. And I just wanted to answer, why tell me that? You don't have to like Adam, but you also don't have to tell his mother that you don't like him. Okay, sandwiches are finished. I don't know how many I have, but that's enough. And
Why is this? Dude, no offense, but this is why somebody like me needs to exist, okay? Because Adam Kinzinger, the congressman, cannot tell people to kill themselves. Adam Kinzinger, the congressman, cannot, he can't say, kill yourself, F slur. Whereas the amount of hostility, right? His parents are nice. His parents aren't going to say it either. I'll say it for him. I'll 100% say it for him. Dude, I'll say it for him every goddamn day. I think we might have lost connection temporarily, but we are coming up towards the end of it. I am really enjoying this. This has been phenomenal. Is she putting... no, she's putting chicken salad in a croissant. Right? Yeah. Yeah. So... Anyways, yeah, so the point is, like, we might have lost connection temporarily, but I think we'll be all right. I think they need a pit bull. I think they need a Tucker Carlson. I think they need somebody who's like, yeah, I'm a Republican and I fucking hate Trump. Fuck you, so what? That's what they need. So for me, it's kind of like, I need them. I need Adam Kinzinger. I need the Bushes. I need the Romneys. I need the... I know that fucking Crenshaw is gone now, but I need the Crenshaws in order to not be fucking pussies and actually stand on business and actually follow the ideals that we were raised with by a party. And then we need a media apparatus that can do for real Republicans what Fox News, Newsmax, and Tucker Carlson did for MAGA and the Republican Party. DM him your corporatist man. DM him some of my mind maps. See if I can lure him with some of my mind maps. Oh my God, that would be great. Yeah, maybe that's the next move. So first, I'll talk to Ken Harbaugh, and I'll ask Ken Harbaugh if he has Adam Kinzinger's contact, so I can talk to Adam Kinzinger. And then if he doesn't have Ken doesn't have a surefire way to communicate with Adam Kinzinger, then I will I'll send him my cartoon drawing of the corporatist man with his dick out and see if I can get him I'll see if I can get him to respond. Nuance in this economy? In this economy, nuance? Oh, this was fun. Listen, man, I know, like, I know other live streamers are live. I know that we probably took a hit. I know this isn't the most, like, sexy of content, but I actually really did enjoy. I needed this. I needed this for some, like, mental and emotional catharsis. Woo! That's a spicy meatball. I need some of that shit in my life. But it's 2:30. Which means that I have other commitments that I need to be timely for. And so I'm going to go be timely for those commitments. However, I would say I'm obviously going to be watching the Pisco. Well, it's not Pisco, is it? I'm going to be watching the Josiah, Destiny, Hutch, whoever debate tomorrow, obviously. Like I'm not even gonna watch it tonight. I'm gonna watch it tomorrow, and then that'll be fire content. And then whenever we're done with that, we will we'll keep watching this as like a palate cleanser, because this was good, man. 30 minutes of like a 90-minute clean documentary. That's not bad. That's not bad. I definitely made it way faster through this than I made it through not Full Metal Jacket. What was the other one? The Battle of Mogadishu, fucking Black Hawk Down. Made it through Adam Kinzinger's documentary way more effectively than I made it through Black Hawk Down, I'll tell you what. But let me, Leah says, no! Well, Leah, come back. Leah, come back. We'll be doing this tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. So we did hit like 3 goals today, so let me thank the people. We also got random oil that I wasn't expecting, so seriously, thank you guys. Exponential Entropy gifted 20 Valor Media Network memberships. I'm typically used to Exponential Entropy donating $100 on Tuesdays, so I really do appreciate the extra oil. Exponential Entropy, if you're still around. I really do appreciate you, buddy. And then Christian Valeris with the 100. Christian Valeris has been with us since the OG days back in the day. Then he got a kick-ass job making insane amounts of money. And then he was dropping insane amounts of money in chat. Then he had to take a break because he lost that job. But then he just dropped insane amounts of money in the chat today. And he's looking forward to some interviews. So I want to thank you, Christian Valeris. I know that the past few months of your life have not all been rainbows and ice cream. So I appreciate you hanging in there and fighting the good fight. And also oiling the stream today. I do you could have done $10 and I would have been happy. So thank you. Airborne Kite with the 5, Anonymous Chatter with the 5, Just Julius with the 10, Fashion 40 with the 2, Hedonic Samuel with the 5, Fashion 40 with the 5, Hedonic Samuel with the 5, Hedonic Samuel with the renewed membership, Sapient Green with the 50 DKK, Fast and Bulbous with the 5, Hedonic Samuel with the 5, Jeb Cush with the 5, Well QC John with the 10, Fell Runner with the 5, Horse God with the 5, Hedonic Samuel with the 10, Anonymous with the 5, Old School with the 5, Sen Patriarch with the 2, Fell Runner with the 5, Vazraka with the gifted, and Jen Winkler with the 10. Thank you, kings and queens. I do not deserve you. You have my eternal gratitude. And thank you for letting me do this as a job, man. Seriously, thank you. Thank you. If I ever complain, if I ever whine, if I ever bitch, just remind me, it's like, hey, man, you talk shit about current events and politics and drama for 5 hours a day while the rest of us are in the fucking wage cage. Shut the fuck up. Seriously, feel free to type that into my... If I ever complain about this job, I want you to remind me, like, hey, bitch, you talk shit about politics and current events for 5 hours a day. We're out here fucking in the trenches, dickhead. You know? Anyways, I do parasocially love you guys. Thank you so much. Leah says I will always come back. Thank you, Leah. I hope to never disappoint you. I will eventually, but I hope to never disappoint you so much that you choose not to come back at all. So, anyways, ladies and gentlemen, I am going to run. Parasocial love. Have a beautiful day. See you tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. Bye for now. Christian Blair says stop apologizing. No. No. I will disgust you. I will disgust you with my levels of apology similar to a Canadian or a person from Minnesota.